everybody approached. And when they approached, suddenly we got attacked by some kind of a giant Titanic-looking monster that was like this skeleton, but it constantly got like put apart and together again. Like all this like muscle and tissues just kept like forming around it, and it kept like dissipating and reappearing in different areas when it was attacked, and it kept hitting us with like the psychic lightning, and we assumed that this was the thing taking down those dragons that we saw from the distance. And yeah, we like literally got knocked unconscious, and we decided to basically run away. Natrix was able to distract it with a lot of wolves, and after doing that, we finally got away. We made it closer. We closed in on the greenhouse, and we were able to kind of get a hiding place, like in the bushes somewhere, before Dawn decided to fly off and look around the area and see if he can gather some info. We, Dawn eventually made his way into one of the greenhouses, following some what's called fairies, and we
What's
discovered.
it called, fairies?
And god damn it, we discovered that in this greenhouse they were growing these not really giant, these plants called Thanatos brambles, and yeah, they were very similar to the cephalopod looking ones back in Miracle Grove, like the plants. And these fairies, they weren't part of Don's original gang. They were the Brathachas. They were the Brotherhood, and that's like kind of a gang that was very business-like. They were very on top of their shit. Like they were like kind of a decent rival for Don's gang. And Don basically overheard them talk about some place called the Prime and some place called the Nursery. And after that, he gathered some like sample of whatever came out of this nasty looking plant, and he rejoined the group. We all figured out that nasty goop was indeed blood, and we decided that it would be best to continue looking on. So eventually Dawn was joined by Natrix, who is now a spider, and they flew off into another one, and basically we discovered the nursery. It was very horrifying. We saw that Thanatos saplings were being grown under like wriggling and horrifyingly tortured people, like some dwarves, some like white knights. It wasn't a good look. But we also found a friend. We found Kushim, who was in basically a bundle of like dead bodies on the, or I don't even know if they're dead, like basically a bundle of bodies on the side, and
Fertilizer.
Fertilizer. Yep. Uh-oh. Don't like that. But
not exactly known for their empathy.
Not really. But yeah, basically we were able to free him. He told us that he was on the lookout for these thieves that stole from a temple down all the way down from in the desert. So he came all the way up here, but it looks like his pals didn't really come out, so healthy. But either way, we essentially let him tag along, and Don and Natrix made a lookout, made sure the coast was clear, and Kushim broke the glass with a silence spell, but we actually got the attention of one of the fairies. So we had to kind of, it's called chloroform. Like we just had to silence him. We took him back. We interrogated him, and we found out quite a few things. His name is Sid, and basically, what happened was after a lot of the fairies got banished, a lot of the other fairies actually didn't get banished, but they got put into jails underneath the city of Valentine Mora, and they they essentially got out by having a new leader called Parker, and Parker is a fairy who used to be head of like the police force, like the security on Xanaris, and she was kind of corrupt and let the like queen get overthrown by all the mafia gangs. So she was able to get a lot of them out, and she basically has a lot of dealings with the. It seems like she has a lot of deals with people on Gielinor. Like they, yeah, this is kind of where Grayman's Tavern comes in, where it seems like there is a what's called a fairy ring, like around, like in the basement of that, and they were able to smuggle fairies out that way. And basically, yeah, we figured out that what else? Yeah, these saplings, they're kind of like pulling soul power out of people, and the Kinshra have been kind of helping the the mind slayers grow it. And what else? Oh, so we also learned that in the woods there is a town of people. It seems to be like a bunch of Kinshra, a bunch of Chaos Druids, a bunch of you know, Aviansi. We learned that they had
Goblins.
goblins. Yep. They have a leader called the Ascendant, and they seem to be the one who's mostly talking to the Growth Keepers, and get like setting up this entire forest, because it seems like the entire forest is basically grown out of necrotic energy, because of all these necrotic plants, and yeah. What else? We learned that the building that we went into was actually the nursery, and the Prime is a different place altogether, which is probably its own little nightmare. And it was, because when we went over there to figure out what was happening, it was a nightmare. There was a giant like plant thing that tried to kill Natrix and Don. And when Natrix tried to talk to it, it was just its mind was basically nothing but like rambling and hunger and horror and terror. Yeah, we got out of there real fast. What else? Oh, we also learned that what the Brothachas gain from it is that they kind of want to take Xanaris over again. Like they want to, maybe they'll use the plants to hurt the Dawn Holly, which is basically like where the queen kind of gets all of her power from. It's like a giant tree in the middle of Xanaris. So, yeah. Eventually, yeah, our line of questioning kind of ended, and we decided to, move north. North? No, south. Back to the forest, because we're low on supplies. We need some answers because of all this Zarakian bullshit, and we decided to go south. Oh, and we're Natrix is a smart boy, and he was able to mislead Sid by talking about traveling north and how it's not worth going into the city or anything like that, or the town. So we let Sid go, made him think that we're going northwest when we're actually going southeast or southwest, and he thinks we're going northeast. Sorry, but yeah, here we are now. We had a little nap, and well, by nap I mean we literally fell asleep, and yeah.
You did indeed literally fall asleep. And now you all find yourselves literally waking up. The canopy of these strange barkless trees stretching, tangling above you. There is a cold wind that whistles through these thin trees that comprise this forest. In the distance, you hear the hoot, coo. You're not sure if it's an owl or a dove or something else. But as you all get up, start to gather your things around you, it seems like Your camp was undisturbed in the night, no signs of any other creatures coming near. As you all have this morning before you, what are you doing?
What are we doing indeed?
What are we doing?
Can we see the sun?
You look up through the gaps of sky in the tree. It's mostly gray, overcast. That's the way it is most days here in Forinthry. You get the sense that maybe when it gets a little later into the day, you'll be able to see the faint halo of the sun through the haze, but you can't really spot it right now.
Okay. I think that makes Kushim a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh. I
Oh.
think
There you go.
I think would Don notice Kushim's a little uncomfortable?
Roll an insight check, Don.
Yeah. Insight.
Kushim, how obvious do you think you are about being uncomfortable?
He's not a very subtle person.
Yeah, you take notice of that, Don.
Hey Kushim, you alright? You're looking a little nervous.
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. It's just it's nothing.
You sure? Oh, I get it. I know. You're a little, you got that heist jitters.
The what?
Heist jitters. Right before you steal something, you're thinking, "Oh God, what if I get caught? What if, I get arrested or something?" But it's nothing.
I think I am going to ignore what you just said. It has some unfortunate implications.
Don kind of shrugs and just flies off. Continues his little morning routine.
Okana definitely looks like she's in a little bit of thought. It definitely kind of like tugging at her own clothes, looking at, well, the distinct lack of spare clothes in her pack with a bit of consternation. Trying to find some way to comfortably fit all of her armor away somewhere.
Should we hide your armor more securely? Through shrinking it?
Yes. It's not exactly as garish as the White Knights are, but I don't want to take any chances. I admit I feel a little naked without it.
We shouldn't be in any danger in the town. I think. I hope.
Kanoka was just a town too, and remember what happened there.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, if it makes you feel better, I never wear armor. He just holds his arms out, looks at his tuxedo. And I'm always fine.
I'm just imagining Don T-posing.
He is!
It'll be just a couple days. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Exactly.
Yes, well, we need supplies. Quite a few of us are, well, just look around, quite a few of us are very ragged at this point. And here we'll find people who know what's going on. Well, more than others.
off we go, I guess.
Don turns into a parrot. And he's gonna chill on maybe eeny meeny miny Alcana.
All right.
Alcana gives him a scritch.
Why does I feel better as a parrot?
So, as you guys pack up and get ready for a day's trek, Nautrix, what is your guys' MO for today?
I guess, I think we'll probably be going slow speed.
All right.
How many tiles does that give us again in total?
4 tiles.
4 tiles. I don't suppose if I know that's enough to get to the place.
Roll on. I'm gonna say just roll a straight intelligence check. You try to reflect on what you know, and you think that will be enough.
Okay. Well, to the southeast mountains, so I guess we'll go southwest.
All right. Go ahead and roll your navigation, Nautrix. Very nice. So, Nautrix, you begin heading deeper into the forest. And while up until this point, it has been primarily, it's been fairly barren. It's been hard packed earth, these thin trees, and only scattered sounds of life. However, as you continue making your way into the forest, it seems to change. It seems to become more lush. You start to see more growth beneath. And you see that there are regularly clusters of mushrooms and fungi growing on the barks of these, growing on the trunks of these trees, which seem to grow thicker the deeper you get into the forest. Multiple tiers of these rust-colored cloud ears growing off the side, or little clusters of white mushrooms forming a halo around a small shrub. As you continue in, you see glimmers of light that dance from tree to tree. As you get closer, you see that they come from these luminescent webbed mushrooms that shine almost like rainbow glass on a Tiffany lamp, and you recognize them, Nautrix, as some of the ones that your mother cultivated in her own sort of secret garden underneath White Wolf Mountain. You hear from the shrubs that grow more thickly chitters of ground foragers. You see flashes of blue and red as jays dart between the boughs of these trees. As you realize you're traveling an hour or two, like there is this quiet course of life, stronger here than even Miracle Grove, in a land that's been dead up until now. As you continue on, Nautrix, which tile do you move to?
Was I kind of about to say something?
It's beautiful.
Yes, whatever's happening here, it's certainly, well, it's working.
How big are these mushrooms?
Different sizes. Some of them are small enough that Don can hold them in his hand. Some of them are bigger than Don.
Okay.
Perhaps we should set our story straight in regards to
Yes.
what we're going to say to anyone that we encounter.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how often they just get random stragglers walking in. I feel like everyone that's in that town kind of has a idea of what's going on, you know?
Well, they were accepting people from Rembrandt and elsewhere.
You think those people are in the dock about, you know, the Mind Slayers and all that?
Well, it's not exactly like that's the kind of thing you flaunt publicly. Otherwise, people are going to get their stomachs turned. Or at least most people, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would guess that not everyone knows that plants are eating people.
So I guess our story.
Certainly, go ahead.
I guess our story should be that we've come up from Asgania and that we're looking to join the village here. And well, I guess we're coming from the wrong direction. But I guess we have to say that we got lost.
Yeah. We could also say, like, you know, we got lost, or we went around the swamp to, you know, avoid the swamp, but then we didn't realize that there were mountains. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can say.
At this point, there is a heavy rustling in the tree branches above you. You hear a creak. You look up and you just see large black wings kind of disappearing between the gaps through the canopy. Hear faint flaps as something large flies away.
Oh, hey, can I see what that was?
Roll a perception check.
I think I know what that was. Perception.
You squint at it and you don't get a clear view of it. Whatever it was must have been pretty high in the canopy to start with. But if you had to guess, you'd say it was a rather large vulture.
Ah. Uh-oh. I hope that's not the same vulture I saw before.
It probably is. Well, one of those at least.
My more paranoid instinct might say it's spying on us.
Yeah, that thing was looking at us when we sacked Sid. Flew away, but I couldn't stop it.
Birds aren't exactly your speed anyway.
Hell no, they ain't. You know, if it comes back again, I'm gonna shoot it.
Done.
What?
Please think before you act.
What, you don't want me to shoot the vulture? I got blood bolts, I'll use them.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Fine.
Yes, perhaps it is better that, well, if it is a messenger, that the messenger returns rather than does not return at all.
I guess. Still wanted to eat me. He sits back down on Elkana's shoulder, pouting.
No birds could pout.
He's like crossing his wings, even though they're kind of like clipped.
Elkana half shrugs, by which she does it with one arm. It's because Don's on the other shoulder.
Yay. We continue forward.
I suppose so.
So, as you continue on past this first couple of hours into the forest, which tile do you move to?
Well, I suppose, southwest again. Appears that we're being hemmed in a little.
Yeah, and you can indeed see to the south and east of you, these mountains do rise up. It seems that you are pretty much traversing a valley, a forested valley between these two lines of mountain ridges. As you continue on, I would like everyone to go ahead and make a stealth check.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
Fun.
Oh, I don't have armor on, so I don't have disadvantage on stealth for once.
Oh, hey, true.
True. Well,
Why was that on GM only?
Well, I saw it. As you continue into the forest, it's a little bit becomes a little bit more difficult to keep your ears open to try to detect anything that might be coming towards you. And so you are taken somewhat by surprise when you realize that the sounds of scurrying underfoot that you assume was just some kind of a slightly larger ground mammal is something larger, something more plodding, and something coming towards you. Suddenly you see emerging from out of the still autumnal leaves here deep in the forest a large black wolf. Sitting on top of it, the figure fully clad in black plate armor, coming right towards you. As you all try to get low and hide, you realize that there is another one coming right behind you. And you hear the stentorian voice call out, "Halt! Halt! You there! The lot of you, who are you?"
uh-oh.
We're travelers, making our way towards Exile's Watch.
Towards Exile's Watch. How did you get past the brambles at the mouth of the forest? Seem like spies or intruders. What is your business at Exile's Watch?
We've become very, very lost. We strayed away from our guide. We thought we could prove ourselves in this land of chaos, but well, it didn't go exactly to plan. I cannot say how we got past the brambles. We didn't see any as of yet.
Ugh, a likely story. And then you hear another voice, female voice, saying, "Oh, you say you wish to prove yourself in this land of chaos?" You see a rather slight woman who you couldn't even see before, but who seems to be sitting behind this knight on the same wolf. And she sort of slips off slightly clumsily. You can see that she is in these plain red robes. "Are you saying that you are pilgrims who seek to improve yourselves through struggle?"
Yes, that's. I suppose that is why we've come all this way.
Headley, do not give these pilgrims such a hard time. If these folk truly do wish to seek the challenges of Forintry and reach a truer sense of self, well, that is an admirable aim. Surely they would be welcome at Exile's Watch. But we had those contingent, those spies, and don't forget those Ionics. But hold yourself. We will see if they are true in their convictions. So, pilgrims, tell me about yourselves.
Oh, most of us, we've come up from Asgarnia, although we hail from many different lands.
Fleeing oppression?
Of course.
We know about the ecclesiastical courts in Asgarnia.
Yes. None of us experienced true. Sorry, how do I phrase this? We've all had slight run-ins with, that, but none of us have been truly The only word I can think of is inconvenienced by them.
There is a certain discipline, a certain admirableness in one who can speak so cavalierly about their persecution. And what about you, miss? She says, her eyes flitting over to Nia. You can see, Nia, that she's actually probably about your same height. Looks like she's about in her 40s. She has this very dark red hair, as opposed to your lighter red hair, that is just bound in these multiple tight braids that tie together behind her head.
Well, I'm not actually from Asgardia. I'm from Kandarin, but I faced a similar situation.
Hmm. And you, sir? She looks towards Kushim.
And it's all, and he looks pretty taken aback because he didn't expect to be this. I am a merchant, or I was a Menethite merchant, and I faced much persecution because I'm a Menethite.
It can be difficult. I've heard some things about the recently crowned pharaoh of Menethos. And you, ma'am?
Me, yes. You could say that I'm a bit of a seafarer by trade. I've seen many things upon the oceans. I even possess my own vessel. And well, let's just say that some of the things that I've seen, well, to be frank, shattered my view of reality. And I heard that there are some secrets out in this place that might be able to enlighten me further as to, well, what it was I saw. I know it's a little bit esoteric, but, well, we all have a little bit of weirdness about us out here. Why would we be here otherwise?
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Yes, many things here have lain buried for thousands of years, have waited for the inquisitive and the faithful to dig them up again, to learn the secrets or the treasures that were forgotten in an age past. Her gaze turns back to Kushim. And do you believe that this this crucible will forge you into something stronger, something that can better withstand the persecution you faced?
Yes, of course. I know that. I know that my God will honor me.
And as she looks at you, kind of furrowing her brow, suddenly, Kushim, you feel a dagger right beneath your ribs. And then she pulls back. And I want you, Kushim, to make an intelligence saving throw.
That was the worst crit she could have possibly made.
Oh no!
You feel something in your mind. Something strange is happening. But you're not sure what it is until she makes two more swipes. I believe that first one hits you, but that second one does manage to hit you. Make another intelligence saving throw.
Damn.
Holy shit!
Well,
No!
0 to 100 real fast.
She stands back and she says, "You have now been inflicted with a poison that will make your joints seize up. I have here the antidote." And she pulls out this small vial from within her robes. "I want you to take it from me. Take it before this poison turns you into a vegetable. The rest of you step back. I need to see that this one is truly willing to forge himself in a crucible of pain and hardship. and you see that these two Kinshra, they sort of, both of them are holding a pair of swords, and they just kind of, they have the swords ready at their sides. They don't have them like raised to strike, but you get the sense that they are prepared to make this violent if it has to be. So Kushim, as you look around, you hear her voice, but her visage seems to stretch out, become strange, monstrous. So you look at your friends, you see that they're not really your friends. They're practically strangers to you. And at this moment, they look even stranger. Their features stretching out, their noses long, their teeth becoming jagged and yellow, their hair stretching out into these long capes of fur. These trees twisting about themselves in these almost incomprehensible loops of bark. What are you doing, Kushim?
What is this?
I am challenging you to take this antidote, and you can see this little vial, but it is in a hand that is stretching into claws and then regressing into almost an infant-sized, fat little paw. You need to take this if you wish to live.
Okay. So what Kushim is going to do is he's going to crouch down and whisper a blessing to himself. And once he's done that, the specific blessing. Hang on. What doesn't it show?
Sensibility.
Yeah, he's going to cast Bull Strength on himself. He's going to crouch down and whisper an incantation calling upon Het. And then he's going to take a couple of deep breaths, sort of trying to steady himself because he's really quite nervous. He's just barely managing to restrain himself from shaking. And then he's going to spring forward at the woman.
As you spring forward, make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Uh-oh.
You spring forward at her, but as you do, her form seems to twist even more. You feel this deep terror build itself in the pit of your gut. Make an athletics check with disadvantage.
But since I have Bull Strength and that gives advantage to strength checks, is it normal or does it not count?
That's right, yes. You try to reach out, but where you put your hand, she is just gone. The rest of you see Kushim with this increasingly befuddled look on his face just try to very slowly leap at this monk who very casually sidesteps him. The rest of you, are you doing anything?
I think Nia is going to try to talk to him psychically and try to guide him towards where she actually is. If that makes any sense in his mind, assuming he can still understand her.
Yeah, you reach out and you can sense even just that bare kind of radiant energy of tapping into someone else's mind that he's definitely a lot more panicked, but you try to speak to him. Go ahead and roll. Let's see. Roll an insight check, Ania, to see how well you are at kind of imparting this insight to him. Yeah, Kushim, you hear Nia's words in your head, but it's difficult to make sense of what they are, and they seem to, while they start out as making sense, they quickly devolve into these strange howls. So, Kushum, what are you doing now?
He's starting to breathe more heavily. He probably has like a dramatic dramatic sweat drops on his face to make him look all tired and stuff. So what he's going to do is he's just going to try to no, wait, actually he is going to touch his chest where his amulet is, although it is tucked under his shirt, but he's touching it through the shirt. So we're going to touch his chest suddenly, and I think this incantation is also dedicated to Het. I'm going to cast Remove Curse.
Very nice. As you touch your chest and focus in, suddenly this haze kind of lifts from you, and these undulating scenes around you start to resolve themselves back into the mundane forest. You can see this monk still holding this little vial in her palm. What are you doing?
Okay, with his senses restored, he's going to try to jump at her again.
All right, roll athletics, this time with advantage. And try to jump at her, and this time she again slips away, and as she does, she takes out this small, looks like almost just a little silver wand from inside her robes, and tries to kind of give you a quick bonk on the head with it. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Hang on, let me just see.
Forget about the +2.
Wait, do I have a +2?
Oh, yeah, because Alcana's there.
Oh, right.
You take this, you feel this sharp crack on the top of your skull, but you manage to shake off the effects of it as you look at her again. And as you make eye contact, you see that actually a little smile has played across her face. She looks a little bit more approving. So, Kushum, what are you doing?
Okay, he is going. He's actually just going to try to jump at her again.
All right. Let's make that contest one more time.
Okay, athletic. Okay.
This time, you leap forward, and as she's about to step back, you snatch this vial out of her hand. What do?
She said it was an antidote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, considering I've just cured myself, I'm going to dramatically smash it on the floor.
As you toss it into the dirt, stomp on it, you actually hear this light applause coming from her, and she says, "Very, very good." Oh, hold on. Let me take care of that little paper cut. See, she reaches out a thin hand, places it on your shoulder. You feel a brief warmth as that small wound from her dagger heals up. You put it together, didn't you?
I suppose I did.
Though I do wish you hadn't smashed that. I bet you would have enjoyed it if you drunk it. It's well, it's a wine that we brew ourselves. She looks
Wine.
over at the rest of you.
Wine, huh?
Oh, he was never poisoned.
What?
And it does indeed seem like you travelers have a rather indomitable will.
Well, we've been travelling for a while here, so we need to look like that to
Hmm.
survive in these lands.
And that's not even considering the trials before we got here.
Indeed. Well, Headley, come along. Let's lead them into the village. And the Kinshra, you can see that one of them seems to have a little bit of pause, but the other one falls in immediately and says, all right. You follow me. We'll escort you to Exile's Watch. You find that before too long, you are led to a path that you couldn't spot before, winding sort of obliquely around the trees and deeper into the forest. As you get further in, you see that there are actually now at this point different sorts of trees, large, what seem to be Morton figs. Their trunks full of hollows, their branches spreading out and with these aerial roots reaching down to the ground. Some of them seem so dense as to almost be clusters in and of themselves. After a couple more hours, you can spot a few more of these sort of natural buildings like you had seen before at the very edge of the forest. These clusters of trees all together in a wall over these pits that seem sunken in. You can see that there are people clustering between them, first sparse, but then in denser numbers as you come further in. Most of them are humans in rather simple robes, not unlike Notrix's. But you see that there are others among them. There are those in sort of the slightly more elaborate fashions of Varrock or Mistalin. You saw that there are a couple of these squat Avianzi creatures, not wearing the hoods and the furtive black garments that you've seen them in before, but who seem a lot more open. That you see that there are some of these humans conversing freely with them. There are, oh yeah, Notrix has different robes. Never mind that.
Yeah.
Um,
The Art Julia made canon.
But
That's
still
how, that's
here.
how I interpret it.
but you do spot that there are a couple of goblins that seem to be mixing in with these others, including some that are wearing these same simple robes and seem to have the mantle of druidism upon them. And as you come further in, it seems like this is a vibrant town of itself. You come to a large clearing in the forest, broken only by these homes, which seem to spread out with the canopies from their central trees. Each of them, they seem to be these sort of, as I described it, asparagus-like trees growing around these large ficuses. Uh, and there are people all about. your sort of host, this monk, she turns back towards you and she says, "Oh, well, we never properly introduced ourselves to each other. You obviously have already heard Headley's name. This is Carlyle, and I am Lindsay Thorpe. You might call me one of the more senior monks of the Zamorakian Order. I am a bearer of the Torch of Flame, though I admit it's a somewhat redundant name. But I'm glad to welcome you to Exile's Watch for as long as you choose to stay. What are your names?"
That's good. That's a parrot, so he's not gonna answer.
You see, sort of, well, Kushim is trying to hide that he's thinking very intently on this and trying to come up with a good alternate name. And eventually, he just sort of looks up and says, "My name is Misuk."
Misuk?
I am Aurora.
I'm Notrix.
And actually, as you say this, you realize that you and another voice say this at the same time. You look up, and then you hear again, "No tricks!"
No,
"Oh, Zarek, is that you?"
no.
You all look up, and you can see, emerging out of a cluster of people at the center of this town, is this figure, tall, wearing this tight-fitting, maybe not exactly tight-fitting, but a well-tailored robe that's more elaborate than this monkish robe. It has more of a wizarding sort of look. His forearms are bare, you can see, covered in tattoos, and he has sort of this medium-length white hair with streaks of blue dyed into it. He says, "No tricks! No tricks, is that you? Brother, come here!" You see he's approaching Notrix with his arms outstretched.
Notrix just sort of looks at I said, I'll deal with this. And he goes over just.
And she would probably say telepathically, "I'm sure you can explain later."
I guess Notrix sort of embraces his brother in a way that that he wants to walk away, arm in arm, sort of in a private conversation, I guess.
Yeah. You see Toothpicks come up to you, and he kind of gives you that sort of big hug with sort of a big squeeze, and then a couple of very strong sort of pats on the back of your, right on the back of your spine. He says, "No tricks. Like Chaos, I've been worried about you. I just got into Exile's Watch myself. I've been thinking about where you were, what you were doing up here. I was actually going to send you, a sending message just later on today. And look, here you are, arrived here.
Oh.
What have you been doing here in Forinthry?"
Fighting things for the most part, to be honest. These lands are quite a hassle to travel through.
The fighting things, I'll bet. What were you doing near Rembra? I was still back in Portum when we spoke then, but I hopped on the next caravan up here to Exile's Watch.
Rembra, right. Well, it was just the easiest way at the time to travel into Fernfree. I was in Misthalin, and I caught a carriage up there, and well, I suppose you might know about what happened. I guess.
I mean, I've heard a little bit about, well, Rembra being gone now. I, who are your traveling companions? Who are your friends? And he kind of looks back. They have made a little bit of a distance from the rest of you, but you can see this, the tall figure of Nautrix's brother looking back towards you quizzically.
Nia waves.
Oh, those.
Don's like wide-eyed, like what the fuck?
I'm thinking that Alcana would probably just do like a very simple perfunctory nod.
Oh, those are the people I've been traveling with. They're the ones I went into the east with, and well, we've been together ever since. Really, a few of them are newer, but well, they're trustworthy.
Oh, those are the ones you went into the east with. None of those are Shandy the Dart, are they?
No, actually, definitely not.
All right. I've never actually seen a painting of him or anything, but you hear things.
Well, I don't know what he looks like either, but I'm quite certain that none of these are that person.
So, what do you think, Notrix? Are you going to settle up here? Are you done rambling in the east? I know you had some worries about the White Knights, but, well, you're far beyond their jurisdiction here.
I can't be certain what I'm doing. We're actually on a journey here. We're investigating some of the more esoteric knowledge of this land. I'm sure you know how. I'm sure you know how many mysteries can be found here. And, well, we might stay here.
Indeed.
We might stay here a while, and well, we have a goal in mind. So, might be best to speak about that later in more detail.
He looks around and he says, "Oh, sure, of course. I'm just, well, I'm very glad to see you. I've, most of the families here, they're living in these, you see, kind of familial units. I'm sure you've noticed the huts around. It kind of, sort of replicate, make them feel like they're more at home, but I've been working on my spellcraft. I'm actually working with a couple other, you might say, apprentices, developed a means to basically conjure a tower all its own. And so I have my own tower. It's very small, but my own tower elsewhere in the village. It's actually just south of the Kintra officers camp.
How is it like of you? Always having a tower.
It's well, I think I'll need to get a little bit more advanced, at least to the place where I can take apprentices, disciples myself, before I really feel like it's a tower of my own. To be honest, it's mostly a bunch of little rooms piled on top of each other, but, well, if you don't want to shack up with one of these extended families out here, you and your friends are perfectly welcome to take the ground floor of the tower if you wish.
I suppose I'll deliberate with them and see what our plans are.
Yes. Well, he'll want some kind of a place to stay while you're here. You see he kind of walks over to one of these huts, one of these ones that's a cluster of trees in sort of a large circle, and to the door that's been placed on it, you can see that actually one of the trees has had hinges attached to it, even though it's still a living tree, and a wooden door that actually swings out. But you can see that there is a small glass orb that's hanging on it. He looks up and he kind of taps on it. He says, "It looks like a pretty big storm will be coming very soon, so you don't exactly want to be making camp out in the open."
Well, I suppose, unless they object too much, well, we'll take you up on your offer.
You should
is it well
introduce me
furnished?
to your friends.
All in good time.
What? You embarrassed your big brother?
I don't know. Things are everything's so complicated nowadays.
All right, cool guy. You go talk to your friends, but I expect to be introduced to them later.
Of course. Well, you say you've just arrived here as well?
Yes, just last night. But, well, if you want to find me, you can't miss it. You head there, west, you go past where all of the sort of mud block buildings are. That's the officers' camp. And just south of there, there's a tower, 3 stories. That's mine.
Okay. Well, when do you want to meet there? I guess we might want to go see the site, as it were. All my friends are newcomers here. They haven't been here before.
I understand. I've actually had a project I've been working on transcribing a lot of old, various tablets and documents that they found up here from archaic infernal into common. So, to be honest, I'm at my tower most of the day working on those translations. So, most of the time, you should be able to find me there.
Oh, we'll see you there before the day's end then.
Kind of claps his hand once more on your shoulder and he says, "Glad to see you're safe, Trix."
Oh, it's good to see you as well. It's good to be safe.
Gives you a nod. And he turns off towards that direction he told you.
I guess Nostrix looks back towards everyone else. I don't know. Well, what are they doing? Are they being crowded around by anyone, or just standing around, or what?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of hubbub actually around newcomers. You see that the 2 Kintra have peeled off. They're no longer a part of this group, but that Lindsay Thorpe is still with them. And she's saying, "Well, you could build a very nice life here. We believe that everyone has the right to forge themselves. I mean, look around you. There are here goblins, Avianzi, Hapfernix. For many of them, this is their first opportunity to decide their own path, to build a life without brutish desperation."
Sounds like quite something.
Well, it's what we've been trying to build here. Everyone to at least have the opportunity to forge themselves and to not be robbed of that chance just because of where or how they were born. And she spots you returning. "Oh, Notrix. It seems you already have some friends in the village."
Yes, apparently.
Smart, apparently.
Wasn't expecting to be to meet them quite so soon, but well, I suppose it is good to see familiar faces.
Well, do you need a tour, or do you think that you lot will be fine managing on your own? It seems if you already have someone who's so well connected in Exile's Watch.
Is it? Or is there? I guess Archie would know this. Sort of. Is there many places to tour? Are there any significant points of interest?
Well, not so much. We're still coming into our own. It's still a humble town, but, well, a large temple, which we're still in the middle of constructing, but that's at the south side of town. You see that you're in the main, you might say, residential area. Many of the families, Druidic and otherwise, make their extended homes here. To the east, that is where our permanent Kinshra officers' camp is located. They aren't so fond of the, you might say, the natural look, but most of the Kinshra officers who come through here are actually based in the fortress, but that's still a couple long days' rides away. And well, there are always many of us going into the forest, trying to cultivate the land, trying to encourage new growth, encourage this place to become, well, a land of life and death. And I suppose there's the wending tree, but I don't think that you would have any interest in that.
Well, since you've named it, it's an interesting name.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Well, it seems like you have your proper wits about you. I'll let you make your own way about the village, and I believe that most of our residents are very friendly. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask anyone. We'll have services in the Chaos Temple this evening. It would be nice to see his newcomers coming and listening in.
We'll see. Let's don't know. Who might want to be settled in first?
Well, it's been a pleasure meeting all of you. She gives a surprisingly low bow before heading off, sort of navigating her way very deftly through the crowds of people walking around here, what seems to be the village center.
Smack.
Hmm.
So, who was that guy, eh?
That was my brother.
Brother, huh?
You knew your brother was here?
What a
I-
remarkable coincidence.
I didn't know he was here. I thought he could have been.
So you're like a, you're from Taverley, right? A druid.
I'm a druid, yes.
So
Mhm.
your brother's one of these chaos druids?
Looked a bit more like a wizard to me.
Did he have a
Different.
pointy hat?
Pardon?
Did he have a pointy hat?
No pointy hat.
I
Did he
don't
have-
know. I don't think he looked that much like a wizard.
Did he have druid clothes on?
Seem to have more tailored, not like the sort of home woven clothing that a lot of these people have. They look like they were, made professionally in a city.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he is indeed a wizard. That's one of the differences between us, I suppose.
Huh.
Clearly. And her eyes just kind of narrow, just like scanning around everything. Well,
Well, he's invited us to stay at his small tower.
There we go.
see.
That's more wizard-like, living in a tower.
Wow,
did-
he has
I
a
did-
tower?
They have towers out here?
I did comment on that, the fact that the wizard has a tower, but just well, it appears to be some sort of cleverly conjured tower, actually. Quite a the art of wizards are always interesting, I guess.
Is it a tree?
Yes.
Like a
No,
big
I
tree?
believe it's a tower.
Yeah. So, what exactly are we going to do? Certainly the supplies are the most pressing concern.
Yes. I'm sure it
Oh.
won't be too much difficulty getting supplies.
Yeah.
Hmm. I think can Kushin sort of scan the area to see if there's any places where Black Knights seem to cluster?
Well, you saw that the two knights who accompanied you, who peeled off the group, seemed to head east. At this moment, you kind of survey the crowds. You don't really see too many Black Knights. You spot one who looks like he might be a lower ranking knight or maybe a squire, wearing just sort of a black chain vest, but he's just kind of standing around.
Hmm. Excuse me for one moment. I would like to talk to some of the locals here. And he struts up the black
Don't get in
squire.
trouble.
Yes, please do be careful.
You get the impression that, well, if Kushim heard your concerns, he didn't show any sign of responding.
Listening to them.
He
Yeah.
just kept on going.
Like a child running into a candy shop. Perfect.
Well, let's have a bit of a look around, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, you know, if your brother lives here, he might know some stuff about, you know, the Ascendant.
Well, he's only just arrived here.
Ah.
Although, he probably knows more than we do at the moment.
Do you know about Renborough? You know, all that.
I'm trying not to think of that right now.
Alright.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's just take a look around, I guess.
Which Arcana is now doing.
Yeah, you're looking around. You see that sort of these clusters of people, they seem to be, from what you can tell here in the center of town, there seems to be a little bit of a barter economy going on. That there is trade, it seems like, in a lot of different sorts of mushrooms. You see people with prepared, you're not sure what look like some kind of a smoked small creature kind of on these lines that they're trading to each other, various small veggies, or people with these long skeins of what seems to be a coarse cloth. You don't really see gold changing hands around here.
Shoot, all they can really do is fish, and there's not exactly standing water around here.
The Black Knight Squire was close by, right? I don't have to walk across
Yeah,
town.
yeah. So Kushim, you walk up to the squire. You see he's a young-looking guy, unshaven, very weak chin, has bags under his eyes, sort of messy hair. Oh, yeah. What?
So you're the Black Knights?
Yeah, it's me. I'm a Black Knight.
Right.
Yeah, full on. Took the vows and everything.
So you do have vows.
Yeah. I'm a big Black Knight. Got all the ranks. I got like probably like 2 dozen white knight kills.
Wow. You must be very proud.
Yeah, no, just doing my job. So, what's up, Gov?
I was just wondering who your commander is in this place.
My commander. Oh, I mean, I'm a full-fledged Black Knight after all. Not too many people above me.
Well, surely there's a captain around somewhere.
I mean, yeah, there's a few captains, if that's what you're asking. I mean, there's Captain Hale Rodney. He's sort of the senior officer around here. And then, well, there's Captain Drace too, but he ain't been around for a few days.
Ah, I see. Well, you see, I am a merchant, and I heard one of your captains was a collector of sorts. Is that true?
Oh, well, yeah, it sounds a lot like Captain Grace.
The one that hasn't been around.
Yeah. I mean, oh no, you're here now. You'll probably be sticking around here for a fair bit. Sure, if you stand by, you'll probably be able to see him again.
And where would I?
Oh, where? I mean, he usually stays over in the officer camp. I mean, same place I stay. Yeah, you can tell because it's not too many trees around and all the buildings are made of brick. Frankly, I mean, no offense to the druids and all, but I don't know why you want to stay in a little hut. It looks like it's a mile underground.
Yes. Not a lot of sunlight then. Well, thank you, I suppose. You've been...
Yes, right, Gov, anything else I can do for you? Not sure how much coal there'll be for a merchant here. I mean, most people don't trade much with gold except for, some of the Kintra who move in and out of this place.
Ah, don't you worry about that. I'm very particular. Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right. Well, if you are going to trade anything, you'll probably want to go to the little merchant swap meet. It's right outside the officers' camp.
Ah, I will remember that.
Hey, well, pleasure meeting you, Gov. I'm sure that you're happy to meet a real life, full fledged Kinstra member, huh?
Yes, you exceeded my expectations.
Oh, it's what I'm to do.
And he bows and goes back to the others.
So I guess our immediate task is to get supplies then.
Sure.
Yes, though it doesn't look like my gold's going to be much good here.
Yes, I heard that there are some merchants near the officers' camp to the east.
Yeah. Well, perhaps we should investigate that then.
Yes, start there and then we'll try to think of how we can.
Yes. Oh, I am so close now. I feel after this I will have to bathe in the Elid to cleanse myself of all the dishonesty and treachery I've had to take part in.
I understand that sentiment all too well.
Try not to do anything too rash.
Hmm. Well, should we see those merchants, or are we just going to stand here until the storm comes?
We go.
Yeah, as you march eastward through the town, spotting the very interesting, eclectic mix of people who've made their home here in Exile's Watch, eventually you see that you come to a kind of a shallow incline and you reach what seems to be a bit of a hill where you see that the trees start to fall away, where it seems like it's far more open to the sky. And you see, a bit to your relief, Kushim, you can make out the glow of the sun high above. If anything, actually, maybe starting to descend, as it's probably the afternoon by now. But there are indeed beyond several clusters of buildings, very squat, square, made of these ugly brown bricks that seem as if they've been pressed out of mud and straw. Very utilitarian. It's not like the rest of the village, but before that, you can see that there are actually a few kind of makeshift wooden barricades, not looking like they'll really keep anyone out, but almost seeming more like they're part of a training exercise or something. And a few training dummies set up, a few of them with battered looking white knight helmets. But before you hit that, you can see that there is a small row of tables set up, people with sacks and various things laid out. Not too many, but it seems like some of these Kintra, you see most of the ones who are patronizing them, are either not wearing armor or wearing very light or incomplete armor, who are looking over these various goods being sold.
Let's have a look at them goods.
Oh, goods.
So as you approach this row of merchants, the first one that you pass, Alcana, calls out to you and says,
"Hey, you, newcomer, you look like you're someone who could appreciate a good poisoning. Have enemies? Have people who you don't like very much? You, when you're leaving the village, maybe you have some unsavory folks you'd like to put just a scare into?
If I needed to do that, I'm afraid that poisons aren't exactly my thing, sir.
Oh, you don't have to play coy with me. I know that the druids here can be a little bit more reluctant to delve into that side of herb lore, but you can find any poison you need. Non-lethal, lethal, I've got the works here. It mugs mature maladies.
I'm more interested in living than dying today.
Do you have any of the paralyzing kind?
I do indeed. Now, what can I get the pretty lady? You want something paralyzing, something that can make someone, put someone to sleep, or make someone seize up and make it so they can still see you as you laugh in their face.
Alcana tries to slip away from this guy while he's giving his spiel to Nia, like, please, Zeradomin, get me out of this. So she doesn't say it in those exact words.
That was half of the point of Nia doing this.
But yeah, she's going to try and go for stuff that looks a little less murdery.
But anyway, Nia does actually listen to him. She says, well, it was more of just a kind of a thing where the kind of poison I could use more for an escape than anything. You know, paralyze them, run away.
Poison that you could use for an escape. Let me see my catalog.
You see that he has all sorts of vials set up. He has a little rack, and he's sort of as he's looking through them, you see these has this sort of track, and they're almost revolving, of all these little colored bottles on these wooden shelves that kind of almost like a lazy Susan turning around each other. He's saying,
Well, have this. This is very nice crawler mucus. Now we distill it from these. They call them carrion crawlers. You can find them out in the swamp here, but it's a mix of pitch, Harlander, and a proprietary blend of, let's say, toxins that can fully incapacitate someone. This touches your skin, you will be paralyzed for the next minute, more than enough time for someone as clearly talented as yourself to get away.
Hmm. So, let's say I did want this. What would it cost me?
This one is a steal at 100 gold pieces.
Nia looks at him, looks at her gold pouch, looks back at him. I'll, see what I can talk my friends into.
Sure. Well, I'll be here all day. Just remember, you can always find the poison you need at Mug's Mature Maladies.
Oh no.
Is there literally any other stall over here than this guy?
No.
I'm sorry, was his name Nug, like as an N?
Mug.
Or, okay.
Yes, my name is Mug. Mug Nugson.
God damn it.
Oh dear.
Also, did Don overhear that?
Sure, I mean, Don's just a parrot chilling out.
Okay. I think Don would just whisper to Nia, what a ripoff. I mean, I feel like we could make potion out of anything. Have you ever had bad sushi?
No, can't say that I have.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, let's look at the other stalls now, please, away from this guy.
Such a
So-
shame it was so expensive. I would have gone for it otherwise.
So, what sort of stall are you looking for, Alcana?
I think our prime focus is on stuff that's, practical adventuring supplies. Since that's their main focus, though, if there's stuff that's a bit more of an esoteric nature, I think she might be a little bit interested to potentially check that out. But yeah, main focus is on the message. On, getting the supplies. Sorry, I can't talk today.
Yeah, you kind of flip between the various stalls, and you see that there are indeed a few that have kind of adventuring kits. Well, maybe not marketed as adventuring kit, but that have extra wraps, that have sleeping bags, that have various forms of hardtack, bits of equipment to aid in climbing and survivalism, all that sort of stuff. And just to gamify it, get the sense that for each increase in size of your travel die, it's going to cost you about 3 gold worth of supplies.
Okay, then mine's a D6, so I would need to have 12 gold worth of supplies to get back to a D10. And I guess that if everyone else can sort of tell what they need, Alcana can help them out too.
Yeah, I think Don would whisper to Alcana, hey, you can get me 2 of those.
Okay, that's 4. What else do you think the rest of you will need? Huh? Kushim especially.
I think Nia only needs 1, but I think Kushim will need 5 worth.
Yeah.
He has a D4, D6, D8, D10. That'll be 3 actually.
Actually, he has a... Oh yeah, that's right. He does have a D4 because I gave him that. Good.
So that's 8 so far.
And
I gave you
not
6
six,
coins, by the way.
Give
Actually,
who
classic
6
reason.
coins?
I give Alcana 6 coins.
From his parrot pocket.
From his parrot pocket.
Oh, can we just assume that everyone pays for their own supplies except Alcana sort of like cut chips in for Kushim?
Yeah.
Sure,
Well,
yeah, that sounds fine.
That would be 2 and 3, so that would be 5 times 3. That would be 15 gold. Or wait,
Mhm.
I can't math.
Yeah.
well, Kushim does have exactly 15 gold.
I don't know.
Really?
Alkana's feeling nice. She'll just foot the bill for him.
How nice.
How nice.
I mean, I still got plenty of gold.
And as indeed, after you guys have bought some more supplies, replenished your goods, you feel this gold almost burning a hole in your pocket, Alcana. You see, set a little bit apart from the other stands, there is a Hapfernic, uh, sort of red, dusky skin. She has white hair, kind of in thick curls, almost covering her eyes, and she's just sort of sitting so far back in her chair, you're not sure if she's asleep or not. But what's on her little table underneath this ragged canopy seem to be bits of heavily corroded metal, of stone, of stuff that looks very old.
Well, I'm. Well, I think that definitely catches her interest. She might have a sidle on over.
Yeah, maybe a few of us go over there.
As you approach, hear kind of a tired voice. She barely even moves her mouth, does not move the hair that's completely covering her eyes now. Welcome to Kingston's remarkable artifacts. What can I do for you?
Well, I suppose right now I'm just looking at what you have. It seems quite interesting.
Ah, yes, of course. Another person to pour through my items, hold them up, put them down, get their fingerprints all over them, and then goodbye, nothing. I'm sorry. I'm feeling perhaps a little bit cynical today.
Ah. Well, a lot of people treat these matters as something of a simple curiosity. I can certainly understand that. She's probably going to have a closer look, being mindful not to put her hands on things.
Take a closer look, and you see that they are. There are a few what seem to be almost like jagged chunks of flagstone. Some of them that have inscriptions or fragments of carvings on them, though all heavily weathered. There are a few what look like old pieces of cutlery. They definitely look more like eating knives than daggers. A few bolts. They seem to be made out of some kind of metal you can't immediately identify, though they're sort of caked in dust, heavily corroded. And she says, Authentic Catagon. Unfortunately, in the state that it's in, you won't be able to get anything out of melting it down again or reforging it, but, well, it's a rare artifact, certainly a conversation piece.
Yes, where did these come from? If you don't mind me asking. Obviously, I understand if you want to keep your secrets.
Oh, there are many networks of trade, of, you might say, treasure hunters who go into Forinthry and find various things. These, I believe, came from somewhere near the east coast of Forinthry.
The East Coast. Closer north or closer south?
I'd say more central. I mean, no one goes all the way into the north.
Yes, I've heard quite some things about the north. Thinking that she might try to eye the weathered carvings on the broken flagstones a bit more, because carvings seem to have been a interesting source of information in the past.
You examine them, uh, and they are very heavily weathered. It's difficult to make out fully what's on them. Make an I'd say either a perception or an investigation check to try to more fully appreciate what's on these.
Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah, you look them over, but they're so fragmentary and the lines are so faded, it's difficult to put together what these actually depicted. You can tell that there are figures of what seem to be some sorts of animals, and the other with some sorts of humanoid figures, but you can't really put together much more than that.
Can Don try to look at it with his small parrot eyes?
Sure.
You do get to keep the same wisdom as an animal.
Okay.
I'll say, Dawn, which one are you really focusing on? The ones that seems to have animals depictions on it, or the one that seems to have more humanoid depictions on it?
I'm gonna say humanoid.
So as you try to focus on that, you can tell that there are smaller humanoids next to these other ones, and it seems to suggest that these humanoids that make up the main sort of the main focus of this carving, and it's fragmentary, are not just depicted larger as a matter of perspective or to emphasize importance, but that they're actually humanoids, human shaped creatures that are far larger than what seem to be the other humanoids depicted around it. And you also see that one of them is holding up what seems to be a very crudely depicted sword that has lightning crackling around it. And as you follow where that lightning is crackling off, you see that another piece of what seems to be fragmented flagstone, on its own much smaller, too small to make out, but following that line, you see that they were actually connected at one time. And you see that that line extending from its sword seems to connect to a winged creature, something that you think might be a dragon.
Oh. How? I think Don would like kind of climb back up to Alcada's shoulder and whisper in her ear, "Hey, I think that Calvin has those drake banes on him.
Hmm?
See? Look, you got like the lightning, and that looks like a dragon, and those guys are looking taller."
Hmm. These carvings are quite interesting. How much would you say they are?
Oh, these fragments? Well, these ones will run you 10 gold apiece.
And how many of them are there?
Looks like there are about 7 of them of various sizes spread out across the table.
Does that
How much
include?
for the two in particular? How much for the ones that Don in particular mentioned?
Well, as I said, 10 gold apiece.
I got a
If
better
you
idea.
want both of these, that'll set you back 20 gold pieces.
I'll take it.
And she takes out this bit of, looks like a pretty simple cloth, and kind of wraps them up, and she says, "Oh, well, I'm sorry for being a little bit hostile at first. Not used to making many sales. Generally, the only
Yes.
person around here who ever buys anything from me is Captain Grace."
Well, let's just say that when you're in the business of chasing down secrets, sometimes vagueness is all you really have. Well, these seem to look similar to things I've found in the past.
Well, it's always nice to meet a collector. She hands you this actually pretty nicely wrapped bundle with these 2 pieces.
And she would carefully store it away. I can study these in a bit more detail later. And she would probably make note of that fact that I mentioned the captain, because that's what Kushin is on about. Oh, I don't think I ever got your name.
Oh, my name. I'm Kinston.
Oh, Oh, that's right. You said that at first. Forgive me. Well, still new, still adjusting.
Oh, not a problem. Pleasure doing business with ya.
And yeah, she would definitely then depart. That was interesting.
Yeah.
You see anything interesting?
She would probably show them the carvings that they then picked up and sort of have Don explain their significance.
Look, they're the drake veins. You got the lightning, and then see those are dragons. And they got swords. Did we see what? Did the guy when they attack us? Did it have a sword?
No, it didn't have a weapon.
That we could see.
That we can see.
Yeah, to be fair, it was kind of looked like it was, dare I say, shifting in and out.
Perhaps
Maybe
they,
would have seen.
perhaps they once were more than what they are now.
Alcada just shrugs. Never seen any of them like them before now, so I suppose having a reference is good, and well, let's just say carvings is part of what got this whole mess started for me. Are there any other stalls of note?
Well, is anyone looking for anything notable?
Are there any
Oh,
other stalls that have things you can use to kill people?
Look around. It doesn't seem like most of these stalls aren't very much for weapons. You kind of put together.
Do any have clothes?
Yeah, there are definitely some with clothes.
Do
Are
any
there
of them?
any?
Do any of them have maps or things of that nature?
That's a good question and a big question. I'm gonna say roll an investigation check.
Oh boy. Rip, I mean,
Nope.
oh, should I reroll?
Does that apply for anybody who's looking for maps?
I feel like it's it's really one check. If Notrix doesn't know where to find maps here, you guys aren't going to.
Fair.
Very
Fair.
fair.
What kind of clothes do they have?
Well, you approach one of these stalls, and it seems to have focus on clothes that are a bit more tailored, that are a bit more elaborate. It seems like most of the people in the town are wearing clothes that seem very homespun, and so it's not a huge variety, but still a variety of different styles that you'd expect to see more in a city.
Well, bit odd seeing something like this all the way out here.
Oh, well, there's not a lot of other opportunity to find good, fashionable clothing, or at least clothing that doesn't look like it's an inside-out burlap sack. Now, the
I
Druids may
suppose-
like their asceticism, but look, if you want to look halfway decent, you're not going to want to wear one of these cave-spun, whatever they are.
I'm not one to judge them for their particular choices, but are there any coats or any long frock coats kind of on Star here?
There is, yeah. There's a frock coat, kind of blue. It looks slightly used, but it looks like it would fit you.
Well, it gets a little cold out here sometimes. How about that?
Oh, this, well, very good. This will set you back about.
I'm looking at my price list here.
Yes, this coat will set you back about 12 gold pieces.
That's not too bad.
Squawk. Fancy.
So yeah, she chips over the 12 gold and then dons her new frock coat.
Yeah, put it on. It's fits you surprisingly well. It goes down to about just below the knee. And it's nice and thick. Feels good to have this warm coat on in these otherwise chilly surroundings.
I think this suits me just well. Thank you, sir. What was your name?
Oh, yes, it looks wonderful on you. Just wonderful. Oh, my name. I'm Hazlitt.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Hazlitt. Thank you for your service.
Oh, sure. That's an odd way of wording it, but I'll take it. Pleasure doing business with you.
I'm thinking she might sort of walk away and, I don't know, maybe tap it a little bit. We were going to get a bit colder weather going up north, so what do you think?
Looks snazzy.
Oh, suppose it fits.
Kind of makes you look like Joni.
Does it now? It's not exactly her color scheme.
Nah, but she had a big ol' long jacket, remember?
Yes, I suppose she did. Feels oddly nostalgic.
Yeah. Oh, one thing Dom wants to look around for. Is there anything like fairy related?
In this little swap meet?
Yeah, there's
No.
there's no awkward fucking people selling fairy bodies or weird shit like that, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make it sure.
Can't be that obvious, Zamorakian Jesus.
Yeah. I think that's all Dom would want.
You know, Alcana, you have given me a bit of an idea.
What's that, Nia?
Now, if we're going to be staying here for a while, I could change into my more professional.
I suppose you could.
What do those look like?
Fancy. Black.
Fancy, black. Alright.
Do you think that will fit in more?
That's the idea.
Is that just a teacher's uniform of some kind?
I'm not exactly just a teacher. I was a tutor, so the dress code was, non-existent. I could wear whatever I wanted.
So you were. Well, if everyone else has got everything they needed, I suppose we could have a bit more of a look around.
I think not chicks. I think just sidles up slowly to Mug's store to have a talk.
Yes, hello. Welcome to Mug's Mature Maladies. What can I do for you? Any toxin, any poison, lethal, non-lethal, contact ingested, inhaled. We have it all.
That's quite a selection you have.
Oh, of course. The Nugsons are a proud, multi-generational family of apothecaries, brewers, and toxicologists.
So you have a trade, a family trade?
Well, my parents were both in this industry. My brother was in this industry, and I believe that I take it to new heights. I'd certainly, be running a full-on emporium if this weren't so frowned upon in Asgarnia.
Yes, Asgarnia. It's very difficult to do business there, I hear.
Fascist!
I suppose so.
So, sir, what can I get for you today? A nice inhalant? something subtle, or maybe you're looking to add a little bit more oomph to a blade.
I'm not sure. Half the things I tend to fight seem to be immune to poison, to be honest. It is a problem I encounter myself. Do you have,
Well,
or do you have anything that makes creatures that are immune to poison not immune to poison? Weakens their immune system, perhaps?
I can't say I have anything quite like that. I might have something to make you immune to poison, at least for a short while. Very rare. I admit it's not my cheapest item, but I could set you up with a potion of resistance. Let me see. Well, how does that sound to you, sir?
Myself immune to poison.
Here we are, a potion of poison resistance.
He's holding up this almost iridescent green bottle, very small.
But you take just a dose of this, and for the next 10 minutes, you will be able to resist damages caused by necrotic poisons.
Oh, I guess lay the price on me. I'm not sure. I can't guarantee I'll buy it, but
This is 150 gold pieces.
do you get many customers with such high-priced items?
Oh, these are mostly specialist potions. Most of my items are far more generalized and well, more affordable. Things like these.
And he pulls out a medium-sized vial.
This is a vial of acid. Can be very useful in a pinch. Only 13 gold.
I actually already have one of those. I think what you have is mostly out of my price range at the moment.
Well, if that's what you truly believe, sir, Oh, let me try to interest you in one more thing. Now, this is a popular item. It's a bit more affordable, you might say, especially for those among these Kintra who engage in more plunder related activities. This is a potion of hunters.
He brings out this small vial of a viscous brown liquid.
You use this, and the beasts of the field will practically run into your traps. That's not actually how it works, but I've been told that it heightens the senses, heightens an innate sense of the movement of creatures all around you. And for those who go hunting, especially those who want a little bit of protein in this, frankly, mostly vegetarian community, well, it can be invaluable. Practically pays for itself.
Let's see. Well, what is the cost of this item?
This is 20 gold pieces.
Hey, I think I'll purchase that then.
Oh, very good, sir. Very good. There you go. There is a potion of hunters.
That may have been good. Did I get a description of what it does? I can write that down as well.
So it gives you advantage whenever you are using Hunter's Kit.
That's not as useful as I thought it would be, but oh well. Maybe purchasing stuff will massage some of my guilt.
Oh, I get it.
But yeah, like a Hunter's Kit, that includes both the Hunter's Kit itself and things like a trap, which is one of the standard, D&D mundane items, stuff like that.
Fair enough. I guess she just tucks us away. Maybe just looks at Mug for a minute and just says, "I'm sorry," and then walks away.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, help.
So now that Notrix has absolved his guilt, what about the rest of you?
Don's done shopping, so I don't know about everyone else.
Yeah, I think Alkana's done shopping. Is there anything that's remotely resembling a pub or a tavern around here?
Resembling a what?
A pub or a tavern?
Yeah. I think Notrix would know of a place where you can go and get drinks somewhere closer to the center of town.
Well, we've been traveling a lot and we've seen some horrific things. Might as well take a break there while we have it.
Guess so.
And listen around to get the general mood, a feel of things.
And the drink.
What's
Maybe
that?
we could.
I didn't hear that last bit.
Clayton?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I just said I suppose it can't hurt.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, all right. But yeah, you because it seems like you guys are just sort of winding down, unless you wanted anything particular with this scene, I'll say that you find find this sort of makeshift tavern, another one of these sort of sunken not tree house, but house built of trees. At the center are these elaborate glass stills that it seems like it's more like the alcohol they produce is closer to kombucha than it is to beer or wine. Kind of a lot of fermented things made of mushrooms or herbs, things like that. A lot of them are served hot. But yeah, have a nice evening partaking of these imbibements. And I think because it seems like we're maybe unsure where to go next, and I'm including myself in that description, why don't we go ahead and take a break here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as the day has waned, the afternoon has turned into early evening. You can smell faintly the night blooming flowers. You're not sure if it's jasmine or something stranger, wafting in through the open, sort of almost portal like windows in this woody, quasi underground seeming tavern. You can faintly hear the voices of the townsfolk carrying on the evening air. But as you finish up your odd, strangely spicy fermented drinks, what are you guys doing?
There are a couple of things mentioned. There's that tree, there's the tower, the temple. He's kind of just like tapping her fingers as raising them as she's sort of like counting the things.
I think it's best that we go speak to Tustix, or my brother.
Yes, make sure we know where we're staying. Yes, let's do that.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
we could ask about these places, huh?
Yes, although be careful what you ask him. He hasn't been here recently. I don't know how much of an involvement he has with anything.
All right.
Yes, they can do that.
And maybe let somebody else actually ask the questions this time, Don.
What do you mean?
What? You don't like my line of questioning?
It's just that when it comes to intimidating people, you're great. But otherwise,
Oh, yeah. Okay, I get you. Yeah, I could be pretty intimidating. I don't want to scare Dodrix's brother.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't scare my brother.
Well, I wouldn't interrogate him. I mean, it's not like he's a criminal or nothing. Right?
Yeah, hopefully not.
So you're making your way to Tuthpix's tower.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So this fancy tower he's made with magic.
So you head that same direction that you did to head into the east part of town towards the Kintra camp, but then veer off to the south, and you spot it poking up slightly above the level of the trees, 3 stories tall, a tower. And maybe you get a certain idea in your head when you think of a wizard's tower. This is nothing like that. It is very simple to the point of almost looking poverty stricken. These plain wooden walls, very Spartan. Uh, the windows are just these small slits on the sides. There's no ornamentation, no paint, nothing to distinguish it at all. It's almost more like 3 purpose built blocks stacked on top of each other. And as you approach it, you see that in the topmost of these slit like windows, there appears to be a candle burning or something. And Nia, you pick up on voices speaking softly, a pair of them coming from that top, this third or second, depending on who you are, level of this tower as you come close to it.
what are they saying?
Um, if you want to kind of eavesdrop, listen in, make a perception check.
About wanting to eavesdrop, but just do I understand what they're saying?
Uh, just like kind of passively, you hear snatches of words. They are speaking in common. One of them sounds like it is the voice of the man who greeted Notrix earlier. The other voice sounds a bit gruffer, a bit older. Both male.
No, I don't think I'm going to eavesdrop on his brother.
Why not?
Because that's rude?
Are you going to mention that you hear 2 people?
I think your friend already has guests.
And yeah, Notrix, you kind of pick up on this too.
Maybe I should go in and see if this is a good time.
Sure, go on.
You don't mind?
So, Notrix, what are you doing?
Well, Notrix doesn't want to bring everyone in, like, if he already has guests, I guess, or a guest. So he just wants to see who's in. So he's going to
Scouting ahead.
yeah, in a manner of speaking. He's just going to go up and knock on the door.
Yeah, you knock, and instantly the voices stop. And then a second later, you see Toothpicks opening the door, and then standing behind him, the face sneering immediately as it sees you, is the older, somewhat stout form of Arix.
Of course.
And Toothpicks says, "Oh, Nortrix, here you are, and oh, are those your friends too? All right, well, I was just finishing up a little meeting." And RX kind of pushes past him.
Didn't expect to see him here.
Huh. Well, maybe you should be tempering your expectations. So these are the friends you're running with, then?
And the rest of you see this druid, tall, bit of a gut on him, sort of looking almost contemptuously at you.
Well, if the lot of you are traveling with this one, you'd best watch your backs.
And he shoves briskly past you.
Don just says, "Squawk, watch your back."
Yes, point taken.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but, well, we were just finishing up anyways. Come in. It's not exactly a 5-star hotel, but certainly better than sleeping outside.
Which we've been doing a lot of.
And you come in and you see that the floor here is that same kind of wood, a bit coarse. And he says,
Well, this is typically the storage space, but I was able to, you might say, magic away most of the stuff. My own bedroom and living quarters is just up that ladder.
and you see there's a ladder that just goes through basically a hole in the ceiling, not even stairs.
And then on the top floor is my study. That's where I spend most of my time, work on my transcriptions, all of that sort. But let's see, I've got a couple of blankets that I can lay down for you to make this more comfortable. I'm sorry I don't have spare mattresses.
We have sleeping equipment for the most part.
Oh, all right. Wonderful. So, I don't believe that I've been properly introduced to any of you. Nortrix, you're supposed to take the hint there.
Oh, I suppose I am.
Squawk, my name's Don.
Oh, yes.
Oh, nice. It's not really a parrot, is it?
No, it's not a parrot. It's a weird thing.
Well, the thing that you and Mum used to do.
I suppose it might be related. Yeah, it's not exactly the same.
Oh, that's pretty rare. I didn't even. Well, I know there are so few practitioners of this particular art. Well, I suppose I can see how you two would end up traveling together.
Well, this is it's a bit more complicated than that. Go on, how about you? Just show him.
I'm just surprised he saw through my disguise. And yep, Don is gonna turn into a fairy.
Well, that's fascinating. When did you two start traveling together?
Actually, way back in the Wushankos. He didn't summon me or anything. That was someone else. That's kind of a long story, but
Oh, all right, all the way back out there. Are fairies common in the Wushankos?
no. But apparently they're common out here.
Yes, occasionally, some of the more senior druids are able to tap into the spirit plane and briefly bring forward various fae spirits to aid them. I mean, I'd say, I wouldn't call it common, but it's something that happens. But not my area of expertise. I'm may have grown up with the druids, but I'm not a druid myself.
He kind of Don kind of scratches his head, and based on what he just said, it sounds like he won't know much about everything that's been happening. So, yeah, I think Don would just say, "Well, yeah, I guess yeah, it's your brother's pretty alright."
Well, I am glad to hear that my brother is pretty all right. I'm sure that he strives to be pretty all right every day.
Oh, he tries.
Even better than pretty alright most of the time, I'd say.
Oh, I wouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. And what's your name, miss?
You can call me Okana.
Orkana. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. I don't suppose you also are any sort of a druid?
Nope. I do have some interest in the arcane, just not in the more natural-based magics.
Hmm. And the rest of you?
Well, I'm Nia. I'm actually a more recent addition to the group.
All right. So these others, aside from Nia, they've been traveling with you, Nortrix, since the Wushankos?
Well, naturally, there's the Menafite here. He's a very recent couple where you rescued him from Frimfree itself.
From Ferenthri itself. Oh, targeted by some kind of beasties.
No manner of speaking, he was
Yeah, I could say that. Yeah.
he was in quite a lot of trouble before we found him.
Oh. What was it? Feral wargs? Bullets?
He'd
Maybe, maybe dog beasts?
been captured by some people. Was being held for well, not held for ransom, just held, I guess. Like they were going to kill him.
Oh. Like, say, by one of the northern Avianzi groups.
Oh yeah, those guys are everywhere.
I do not know what any of these names mean, so I'm afraid I cannot illuminate you.
Well. Remind me again, what was the name?
Kushim.
Kushim, right. Well, I'm glad that my brother and his friends here were able to get you out of whatever jam this was that you were in. And, well, if you're friends of Nortrix's, then you are welcome here for as long as you like.
So, hey, thanks. But by the way, how long have you been in town for?
Oh, I've just been in town since yesterday, but I pretty regularly move back and forth. I was one of the main coordinators of some of the founder caravans.
Really?
Excuse me, I am coughing in real life.
No, you good. You
A
good.
little bit of saliva. Anyways, yes, it's been fascinating seeing this place grow from, well, just a few trees to a full-on forest over the course of the past year and a half.
And you know how it's been growing? I mean, everything out here is pretty dead except for this forest.
Well, I mean, Nortrix should be able to tell you that much. It's druid magic. They're able to tap into the uh, what is it you call it? By any rate, tap into the magic of the earth itself and cause plants to grow and flourish. And it's taken a dedicated effort, but all of these, well, all of these people going out to the edges of the forest, focusing on growing it day by day, well, they've created a full, you might say, a full ecosystem.
Can I just roll insight and just see if there's like anything that he's holding back? Try
Sure.
to kind of read him a little.
All right, I'm gonna message you.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Is this something I should also
Hmm.
know? Or not? Probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, Don has a bit of a suspicious look on his face.
The more she says, the more I want to also roll insight.
Right.
Oh, there.
Let's go.
Everyone just looks suspiciously at Notrix's brother.
Hey.
Squinting.
I have a little question. Who was that pal that you were with? Just curious.
Oh, that was Oryx. He's one of the archdruids here in the community.
So he's a big boy, huh?
Yes, one of the most senior members. He's one of the people who helps administrate the town, helps make sure that there's a semblance of peace to the chaos here.
So he knows, how things are growing.
I
If it can't
mean,
be
of
true.
course.
Right.
I think what my friend is trying to say is that, well, as a creature of nature, he is quite interested in the production of the Thanatos bramble and things of that nature.
Oh,
Yep.
have you told them about that, Notrix?
I'm thinking
told
that this is what kind of trying to hold back her surprise a little bit here.
Told them about what specifically?
I mean, about the Thanatos brambles and the Dusk Raptors.
I haven't mentioned it. But, well, the brambles, they're everywhere. And, well, once you see enough of them, once you see enough of them growing in the middle of lush patches of earth, it's pretty simple to figure out that, well, they are the cause.
I mean, not everywhere. Once they've done enough work, they end up shriveling up. But
Well, there remain.
Roll a persuasion check, Notrix. It's not a super high check since this is your brother, but
Okay.
Ooh.
that's the number I was looking for.
Great.
he kind of sighs and he says, "All right, this, as I understand, you're all new members to this town, so this isn't information that we typically go banding about freely, but it appears that Nortrix, fat mouth as he always has let at least some of a cat out of a proverbial bag."
Hey, I did not say anything. It's just
Well,
Yeah,
you
no.
certainly gave away more than nothing just now.
they already knew.
Yeah, he didn't tell us. We saw it.
All right, but the Thanatos bramble, it's a plant that it originated in, well, it originated in the place that we're from, which is mainly underground. And it takes a very hardy plant, something that really can thrive in almost any condition, to actively grow beneath the earth. And well, some of the senior druids, they took these plants along with another creature, a bird-like creature that's also from the same place as us, underground, researched what made them so hardy and, well, selectively bred them into something that could thrive even out here in the deadlands of Forenthry. And so these have been kind of, you might call them a keystone species. They plant these Thanatos brambles, and they create just inject enough nutrients into the soil. I admit I don't know all of the details of the science, but transforms the soil enough that other plants can start to grow. And then the dusk raptors, they can feed mostly on carrion and the sorts of things that you're likely to already find out here in Forenthry, but they also spread naturally through their droppings the seeds from these brambles and from other plants. And so doing, well, the ultimate goal is to terraform this place.
Alcana has this barely restrained excuse me look on her face that's generally directed at Natrix.
I
Uh,
think,
I'd like to
Forgive
roll.
me.
well, I think first, well, I don't know first, but Nia would probably psychically to Alcana just say, I get the feeling that a lot of this stuff is news to you, but if you keep looking at him like that, his brother's going to get suspicious.
And then she just kind of relaxes a little bit.
Forgive me, but did you say these brambles originated underground?
Yes, it's remarkable. I mean, you think most plants they need sunlight to thrive, but I guess life finds a way.
Yeah, sure does
That
find a
should
way.
be impossible. Everything
Yeah.
requires the sun's light.
Well, my sunny friend. what was that? Never mind.
Well, my sunny friend.
Well, as an expert on fungi myself, I can assure you that not all plants require the sun to grow. But tough picks. Are you certain that they came from, well, underground?
I mean, of course.
Well, now that they're being grown overground,
I mean,
know
these
how
ones
they're
that we're
growing?
planting here, they're not exactly the same as the ones that grew back in Swahilir. They're, as I understand, it was a project that, well, that some of the archdruids were working on for years before founding this place and the other villages.
well, it probably has some kind of a fertilizer.
I mean, ain't that what most of the ground around here is? You know, practically all of Forenthry was a battleground at some time or another.
Don's giving him a look.
All I can say is the lip biting is strong with Alcana today.
Listen. We... you know what? Don's gonna look at Natrix, and he's kind of giving him like a should we talk sort of look.
I guess Notrix gets to the look that Don is looking. Yeah. Turns back to Tuffix, trying to think of things to say.
You
Like,
know what? Are you sure you haven't seen any fairies around here?
Like, you asking me?
Yeah.
As I said, it's something that some of the more senior druids are able to do, pull creatures from the spirit plane to assist them for a while. Their more permanent assistants are usually things that are a bit more bestial, that can't really think for themselves too much, but sometimes they can summon fairies to aid them briefly.
yeah, it's summoning, Don. how
Yeah,
it works.
summoning. Yep.
I mean, if you've been traveling for with Nortrix for as long as you say you have, I'm sure you've seen him do something like that.
Yeah, I have. But, you haven't seen any north of here.
Okada is
I-
probably a. Then it's like psychically, it's like, Don, what did Nia say?
Excuse me, what? Could you repeat that last bit?
North of here?
What about north of here?
You see any fairies?
Don? She's basically just psychically screaming at him at this point.
What? Well, in my head, I think you would say, "What? We gotta ask this guy about this stuff, don't we?"
Not right now! For the
Why
level, have some courtesy, Don.
How far north are you talking about? Have you seen any fairies?
All right. Don, looking at Okada, then looks back at him and says, we're in northwest of the northwest. We're in the mountains. We thought we saw some like fairies, but I don't know.
Roll a deception check, Don.
Deception.
Oh, fairies in the mountains, mountain fairies.
Yeah, mountain fairies. Don's a little salty right now.
Don, I would like you to roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now you've done it.
You briefly feel some kind of a something in your mind, but you manage to just barely fight it off.
Don, how about you let me ask the questions?
Sure.
I'm thinking that, yeah, Okada would kind of just like discreetly pick up Don and just kind of slowly move him away from tough things.
So, so the Thanatos preambles were mostly made by, well, the Archdruid in utmost secrecy, I assume.
I believe so. I mean, I'm don't have your talents, Nortrix. Frankly, if you wanted to get in on this, you'd have a better shot of learning, seeing how they're made firsthand than I would.
That is true, very true. Well, that is why I'm interested, I suppose. Well, remember how interested I was when you first told me about them. But the secrets of their creation is quite something. Do you know if the druids got any outside help in this endeavor?
Like what sort of outside help?
Don't know. We've found rumors that perhaps they were getting some sort of knowledge from phase spirits or something like that. They were communing with the spirit plane, perhaps.
I mean, I suppose it's possible. Look at you. You've got a face spirit doing a lot of your talking for you.
Yes, he is rather talkative, unfortunately.
But I mean, look around. This isn't the insular little community it once was. It's a big tent. Our leader has united the Kinshra, the monks, the druids, and, well, frankly, all comers who are willing to contribute to this project. And it hasn't been completely smooth sailing, not with, well, the community and its allies constantly under assault by Mistalin and Isgania.
Yes, we have heard rumors that. Although,
You know, early on, there was an attempt to create a grove
only a few miles north of Ice Mountain, right? And it was going swimmingly for a few months. And then all of these settlers from Asgarnia, led by these white knights, they come in, and what they do, here's what they do. They clear cut half of the trees. They take all these seeds that they have not even tried to select them for what will grow best in this environment. Start tilling this land without any concern, grow these fields, and what happens? Of course, it fails. And not only that, but the rest of the growth fails as well because they got rid of the brambles, they got rid of the nutrients, they ruined the balance of the ecosystem. And this is what has been happening all over Farinthri, wherever these uh, front bounders or these vile, whatever they call them, these vile white knight brigades, they've got no respect for what we're doing up here.
I can't say that I'm too big a fan of them either. Though for different reasons.
It is. It does seem. It does seem like Asgarnia and Mr. have been poking their nose where it doesn't belong, but I've seen the response to Rembro though. That do you know what happened there? Surely that wasn't necessary.
I mean, I heard that there was some kind of an earthquake in Rembra.
And that's
It's a bit
That's-
more than just an earthquake. That's like the whole earth got overturned.
Puppies. I guess you haven't been in Frimfree recently, but well, we have, and Rembro is just gone, violently so.
Violently.
Well, I think we all suspected it was some sort of response from the community here, or the Kintra, perhaps.
Well, you tell me, Nortrix. Could you make an earthquake, knock down a whole town on your lonesome?
No, but it appears there are many things I do not know. And, well, it is possible. I thought it may be possible that enough magic might be mustered to accomplish something like that.
Look, I helped scout out this place. I've stood on the peaks of the mountains here, and there are strange things in Farinthri. This place may have been abandoned since the God Wars, but that doesn't mean that it's lain quiet, lain asleep. It doesn't mean that all of the strange magics and beasts that fought those wars just went away. There are strange things here. There are things that those who are not careful, those who do not take the time or have the respect for the land to actually understand it before they go building whole cities on top of it, risk running afoul of.
Yes. Well, if you remember, that was one of my concerns when you told me about this project. But I don't know if you know, but has there been any conflict with the White Knights recently, as in within the past week?
I mean, as I understand, there are always skirmishes with the White Knights.
It's just that we encountered a similar a similar Earth. Well, you kind of stories of a similar Earth disturbance, and well, the person who told it to us seemed to think it was some sort of effort by the Kintra themselves, although maybe he shouldn't be trusted.
By the Kintra. The average Kintra couldn't even prestidigitate a couple of sparks in the palm of their hand.
But the Kintra are working with those who have access to powerful magics, like say the druids and well, wizards like you.
This is true. This is true. I'm not sure about this, Nortrix. I think I need to see more proof of this. So right now, it sounds to me like a whole lot of conjecture.
I
I think
suppose
all we're
so.
asking is, you think Runborough got in the way of development of this town at all?
Remember, it's miles and miles away.
Was it? Can I think back to the map? Like, was it anywhere near the forest at all?
Oh, why don't I go back to the map?
No, right? Yeah,
Yeah, it's on the other side of the river and pretty far away.
it was pretty far away.
Not that map. This map.
Not.
Too many cards. Too many cards.
Too many cards.
Don
You
kind of like
guys are currently
there. Yeah.
over there. Let me go ahead and reveal more areas.
Yeah, that kind of makes Don raise his eyebrow and say, "Actually, now that I think about it, Runborough is kinda far away from here." Eh. Weird. Never mind.
I suppose. Sorry for troubling you about that. Then maybe our worries are just that, worries, and well,
It sounds to me like you've been out in the brush, out fending for yourselves for a long time. I understand. It could make you a little jumpy, a little on edge. Look, why don't you sleep here? I'm sure this will be your first sleep in a long time with four walls around you. And I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning, all right?
yes, I'm sure we will. Maybe
All right.
I'll come upstairs later and talk to you though.
Okay. Now, hold on. He kind of puts his hands on your shoulder. He puts the other on the door. You see there's a brief flash of bluish light, and he says, all right, Nitrix, you should be able to pass in and out of here freely. I've got a bit more work that I was hoping to get done before hitting the set myself tonight, so I'm going to be upstairs for the time being.
I think once that conversation ends, Nia comes over to Don, grabs him by the wings.
Ow! 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 Ow!
What the hell did I tell you?
I'm sorry. Listen, I couldn't help myself. I know the guy's lying.
What do you mean?
Kind of figured.
I mean, didn't you? Wasn't obvious? He was obviously holding back. He knows about everything that's happening northwest of here.
Even if that were true, is that really something you say on literally the first night, Don?
I don't know. I thought that maybe since he was your brother, he would tell you or something.
Yeah, he would tell Natrix, not you.
I don't. So whatever.
I think we need to put the fairy in some time out.
What do you mean? I don't need no timeout. I'm a grown-ass adult.
I'm pretty sure that Alistair would agree with me if he were here right now.
Fine, I won't ask him any more questions. Not even
Good
was
fairy.
I ain't no.
You can definitely tell that Okana has a whole jumble of emotions on her face. Okay. Trying to process everything that just transpired there.
You can see that Don he's very pouty. And actually, can Don have noticed what Toothpicks did with Natrix in the door?
Yeah, I think it was obvious enough that Don would have noticed it.
Okay. Yeah, just putting that there for later. But listen, I just look at Natrix and say, I feel like your brother knows more than what he's telling us, all right? And if you could talk to him privately, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I don't think. Like, I can't bring myself to think that he knows what's happening. What's happening up there?
Doesn't exactly sound like the kind of thing they'd stick on a bunch of flyers.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just he said that he was one of the first people that came up here. I'd be surprised if he didn't know.
Oh, he arranged the town, but the Thanatos Brambles, well, everything he's told about me, even in private, is just that they were just developed by druids, and he hasn't mentioned a single thing about anything related to what we saw.
You can tell that Okana just kind of has this conflicted expression on her face. She's just kind of like looking around the room.
Ugh. Well,
It looks like she wants to say something, but she doesn't necessarily know how to express it.
Well, I guess, we kind of came here to ask him about the withered tree. Sorry, Julia doesn't know. Is that what it was called?
The Wending tree?
The Wending tree?
The winding tree. We came to ask about the winding tree in the temple, so I don't know. I guess you could talk to him about that.
True, although we can always ask him about that in the morning. Those seem
True.
less important, right? With the magnitude of everything else that's happening.
Yeah. Sorry.
But-
It's all stressing me out.
That makes two of us.
Perhaps, maybe we should reconsider what we were thinking about the earthquakes, though.
He did kind of make a point. It's really far away from here. I don't really know why the druids here want to, turn Renborough upside down. It's not like they're in the way.
Well, you did mention that there's definitely a lot of strange magics in 4 and 3. Maybe even the druids, are inadvertently disturbing something in their process of doing all of this despite their care. Well, she kind of puts care in air quotes.
Oh, so you think it might be like an accident or something?
Well, let's just say that there is the common proverb of disaster being heralded by good intentions. She just kind of shrugs.
Well, we did find Kintra armor in Rembrandt, and the White Knights they were attacked by Kintra right after their camp was, struck by the earthquake.
Yeah.
But
That's right. Yeah, the camp. Damn, dude.
But it is possible that, the White Knights in their panic may not be the most trustworthy source. It may have been a different assailant, perhaps.
Perhaps something that doesn't particularly care what particular alignment you happen to be of.
These are strange things you're involved with.
This is only the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. We're kind of up here for some pretty wild stuff.
Entire towns swallowed by the earth? That sounds grave.
Also go quite literal grave.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, remember back when we were in the marketplace?
Yes?
You know that one vendor that had all those knickknacks?
Vaguely. I remember one of you talked to them.
Yeah, she had a bunch of. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Julia speaking. I just realized he never told us about, Captain Grace, so. Shit, never mind.
Actually, yes, she did mention that he was one of her more primary and regular customers.
Yeah, but would Don know that, like, Captain Grace is the guy that, sorry, your character is looking for?
Can we say that we just
Had that combo?
that he just said that while we were at the pub or whatever?
Sure. Yeah, I'll spend a
Yeah.
foresight if you want.
Yeah, has to spend foresight for that. All kinds of stuff
Okay.
could have happened at the tavern.
Yeah, I think, that lady talked about Captain Grace, by the way.
Ah, that is very fortunate.
Yeah, you might want to
Perhaps-
ask her what's up with that.
Yes, we must get on his trail. I wonder how long he will remain here and if he will take the statuette further.
What time is it, by the way?
It's full on nighttime, probably close to bedtime.
Okay. Yeah, Don says, yeah, alright. I'm sorry, Natrix. I won't ask your brother any more questions.
Yes,
It sounds like we really do need to sleep on it.
my relationship with him is complicated at the best of times.
Alright, I'll relax.
These local politics confuse me as well. White knights, black knights. Such a strange people.
Well, I guess I can reveal that Tuffix did tell me about Brentfrey, about what had been happening here.
And that's the gist I got from your conversation, yes.
In one of the few moments of contact we've had recently. The Zamrakians there. What they're doing makes sense, regardless of. Well, I didn't know about the origin of the Thanatos bramble. I just knew it had been used, and it
Natrix,
it always seemed to me like an amazing thing. It was to purify Brentfrey itself.
You must be careful with such things. That growth, it cannot be natural. There is something wrong with it, I know.
well, given that they seem to be primarily tended to by a creature that at least is partially aberrant, you're not wrong.
Look, I'll bring that up to him with him in private.
Natrix, sorry if I was a bit, well, impolite myself. We've seen things that would break the minds of most other men and journeyed together through a lot worse than this. I understand, and well, you're still one of my best friends.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about my brother.
Well, I know you certainly know I have quite a few secrets to hide from the world these days. Be a hypocrite if I judged you for doing the same.
Yeah, forgive me if I don't talk about the history of us together, but
Don't worry, every family's got one black sheep.
Sounds like you're not exactly at place in where you call home, huh?
Who's the black sheep in the situation? Anyway.
Well, thing is, Don says, what's it called? I mean, apparently your brother's not Gothixian. I'm guessing, at least. He's, a wizard. Yeah, feels like the black sheep to me.
As with everything, it's complicated.
Alright.
Yes, a lot of things are more complicated. If that hasn't been the prime lesson of the past year, then I don't know what is.
And I guess I'm the only one who can open the door. I think Tuftik's entrusted me with that, I suppose. If anyone
Yeah.
needs to go out, I guess they'll have to wake me up. I assume there's a bathroom in here somewhere.
I don't think there's plumbing out on the frontier.
Okay, but-
I mean, the woods are right outside your door.
So, if anyone wants to go to go to the bathroom, they have to wake Notrix up to open the door. Apparently.
Well,
Nah,
does this
just-
tower have windows?
Yeah, just clarifying, I'm pretty sure he didn't lock the front door, he locked, the doors that are leading to, all of his other rooms, Like his back rooms and second floor and yada yada.
Maybe someone just try the front door.
Oh, okay. Either way, yeah, I think Dodd would start getting ready for bed for the night.
Arcana 2.
Yeah.
Notrix gets Don's hat out of his pocket and sort of chucks it to Arcana. Says, "Here, give this a wash as well. It's a bit covered in blood."
She'll do her best to watch it, but it's not exactly like she has prestidigitation or anything.
Yeah, nice. Also, sorry, I just realized I threw the washing to the female character. Sorry, that wasn't me being misogynistic.
Wow, Leighton, real sexist. Well, why do you think he's the one who's gonna clean it, huh?
It's just,
What's up, Leighton, huh?
I was about to go upstairs, and I wanted to do that bit where, because I had Don's hat, I wanted to do that bit where I got it washed. But I was about to go upstairs, and I wanted to just say, "Oh, someone else cleaned it." But I realized that might sound bad. Yeah.
Nah, you're good. Don't worry, you're good. Keep going.
Yeah, and she would then do her best to clean Don's hat and then place it back on his head.
Hey, you got the stain.
right. So as we established back in Ardoin, the check for cleaning is religion. So go ahead and roll a religion check, Arcana.
It's not a sexist thing. It's a religion thing.
You managed to make it so it's not completely caked in blood, but it's still pretty well stained through.
Here, let me see. Can I have Nia try to clean it?
Sure.
The other female.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mia, you take it, and since your cleanliness is next to godliness, you managed to get a little bit more in there. Maybe you had a little bit of training in chemistry too that taught you something about what to use on this. It's not perfect. You can still tell, if your gaze lingers on it for more than a couple seconds, that it's discolored, but it looks like, something as small as Dawn could maybe get away with wearing it.
Here you go. That should be a little bit better.
Don looks at it and he says, "Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Do you notice it?"
I'd have to squint really hard.
All right. Yeah. Thank God. And he puts it on his head.
All right. So, Notrix, you said that while everyone else is getting to bed, you were going upstairs?
Yeah, just to talk a little more privately, I suppose.
Yeah, you climb up the ladder, you find yourself in a bedroom, fairly sparse, and there are a few It seemed like storage chests and things in there, a bed pushed up against one corner. Then another ladder. That one leads up to a trap door that is locked. But you knock, and after a second, Toothpicks opens it, comes down. Well, I was just actually finishing up anyway. I think I've been staring at bits of Squinty Infernal for as long as I can. You know, those old ones. I don't know who the scribes were in the Third Age, but they had the handwriting of a chicken.
Are you transcribing anything particularly interesting?
Oh, no, not really.
Oh, what's it about? Is it history? Is it theology?
A lot of stuff about theology, some stuff enumerating the names of the dukes of the Third Age, that sort of a thing.
Really? Huh.
It's not as interesting as it sounds. It's a lot of it just a mess of syllables that mean absolutely nothing unless you're some kind of a, one of those wrinkled old raisins who spent 50 years in the temple.
Oh, I spent a little bit of time in temple. Enough to get a basic religion, a pretty good religious education. But,
So, what's up, Nortrix?
hang on. A little bit of trouble, 1 second.
Not a D&D session without technical issues.
No, it really isn't.
10 more seconds. Okay, right. The work you're transcribing, it didn't happen to mention Devaratus, did it?
Well, yes, it does actually. But only in passing. It's mostly about it says the original dukes.
Well, anyway, I guess cites historical interest in that. But...
Yeah, apparently it's Devaratis. It's a name appended at the end, and given how it's written in a way that's actually halfway legible, I'm guessing that it was written much later after the rest of the text.
I suppose it was a much later edition. But I apologize for the various probably two sensitive questions. He's very, very inquisitive.
Well, I guess it's a fey creature. They're supposed to be pretty strange.
Didn't say that again. Tufpix, can you tell me truthfully, without anyone else here, that you don't know of any involvement of the Kintra with Rembro?
What are you asking me, Nortrix?
I just need to know that the destruction wrought there was somehow our fault. You know how I feel about this sort of thing. About wanton just destruction of fairly innocent people.
Nortrix. Come over here. Come over here. Look out the window. And he points out in the darkness. You see, with the trees sparser here, the starlight actually illuminates some of the buildings pretty well. and he points past the officer's camp, past the stalls, to where you can see a smattering of these sort of family huts at the edge of the forest. Look at that hut right there. Do you know who lives there?
Oh, from the context of the story, I'm going to guess it's one of the refugees from Rembrandt.
Person who lives there is someone named Linny Smythe. She has 5 children. She spent her whole life living in the Lycombe Wash, living in a place disputed by Asgarnian Mistalin. Her husband, not even a Zamorakian, he went to one service, and these zealot white knights came in, took him, disappeared, never saw him again. She was desperate. She, with 5 children, it was a full-time job taking care of all of them. So pushed to desperation, she steals from this stall in Edgeville. Not a small business, part of one of these conglomerates, a locally owned piece of one of these big companies that trades on the Grand Exchange. They carted her into Varrock, and their version of justice, this woman was stealing just so her children would not go hungry, would not starve to death, was to chop off her hand. For most people, that would be the end of it. But she strove. She overcame this horrible hand that had been dealt to her. And now, well, she's one of the most prominent members of this town. She operates one of the most successful mushroom farms just at the edge of the forest. She is thriving here. That hut over there, there's an Evianzi, one who was indoctrinated from an early age for all his life. His name's Squeaga, into this extremist, hateful ideology, making him think that his are the only chosen people who know nothing but violence. And he managed to question those who told him how to think, what to do. Broke free of those bonds and came here. And he's thriving. The people from all over, people who know of nothing but oppression, the poor, the victims of circumstance, willing to fight for themselves, have come here, and they're having opportunity. And there are people who hate that. A lot of people who look at those breaking out of the bonds of their class, the bonds of their existence, and they feel terrified because they're the status quo. They're the allies of nobility and of oppression, who stand to lose their prominence that's built on the backs of others, who would gladly enact violence, who would gladly take those who are just building a life for themselves here, torture them to try to find out what they know, who would gladly look at those who are guarding them, who are trying to make sure that they are secure in their body on their way to their new life. It would make sport of killing them, of taking their implements as trophies. What we're looking at here is the start of a whole new country, a whole new continent of opportunity.
Kafixai, I don't disagree with you on almost any of those. The opportunity, what is being created here, I support it. I really do, but I want to be aware of what it is costing. Costing us, costing others. I can't be comfortable building a kingdom on the back of, well, on the back of cruelty.
On the back of cruelty. Look, life is being created here. This would be nothing. This would be death, if not for what we're doing. Nortrix, I don't want the innocent to suffer either. I truly don't. But sometimes those who hate us for what we are have no compunctions about using the innocent to shield themselves. And to not act would mean to let them destroy everything. Everything, Nortrix. They don't want this place. They don't want any of our villages to the east of here. They don't want any of their people finding new opportunity. They don't want the Kintra standing as their vanguard. And when they pose an existential threat, when they prepare themselves to destroy what we've built, well, we have vanguard of our own.
So that's it then. And bro, we you didn't answer my question directly.
Dozens of those from Rembra are living safely, happily, securely.
And what of those who
If you
didn't?
stay here long enough, I could take you to them. None of them are here, but they're living out in Palusel and Peregrine.
And what of those who didn't make it out? Those whose only crime was just being there, trying to seek out a new life, who weren't involved with the actions of the dragoons or the higher ups.
They were given warning, Nortrix. They were told that disaster would come to that place if they did not change their ways. They were given the opportunity to abandon Rembra. And if they did not take that opportunity, they did not heed that warning when it was given. You know, one of the first caravans that I oversaw coming up here, we didn't make it. A band of that damnable Ionic Brigade, those ones who are dedicated to these postcard ideals of chivalry and all that other nonsense, they were the ones who came upon us. They were the ones who slaughtered half of our cart full of innocents. I, with my magic, and a few of the druids accompanying us, were able to get away. But those who survived did so by the skin of their teeth and were forced to turn back. This is not something new. This is not our atrocity against the innocents. This is one struggles for survival against another's struggle for tyranny.
The actions of the world against us have been harsh, yes, but I just I just wish that we didn't. Well, that we didn't respond in kind. That we didn't do things that justify their view of claiming that that we are monsters. How can there be peace? How can there be cooperation, understanding, eventually, if 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 we live up to the image that they have created for us, the image that we are monsters?
You talk about peace between us and the White Knights, the Dragoons. Well, guess what? You don't make peace with a corpse. And when someone's holding a knife to your neck, you either end up that corpse or you figure out some way to turn that knife on them. Do you really think, Nordrix, do you really think that some zealot like Servile would not come through here and burn the entire place down if he had the opportunity?
I don't disagree with you in regards to White Knights of all people. It's just the regular people of the Green Kingdoms. They have been led, for the most part, into believing that, well, the religion of Zamrakinism is something to be more feared, and
hundreds of them have found out that they've been living under a veil. Hundreds of them have found new homes here or in our other forests. They are making a new society.
hundreds. That's good, but that's not thousands. That's not a societal shift. That's not something that will make waves and, well, perhaps allow entire populations of people to see through the deception of the White Knights and similar organizations. That's the world I want. Not a world where we have to live up in the north in Fruit Free. Just a place where we can live anywhere without fear of persecution. Call me an idealist, I suppose.
Call you an idealist. I call you naive. Nordrix, you can't possibly believe that's actually a possibility. Look at our history. Look at the history of any of the kingdoms.
It's certainly not an easy proposition, but one can always have hope. Maybe not in this lifetime, but perhaps the ball can be set rolling. That actions that can be made that can improve the perception of us, and that's why I get.
What, rolling over, groveling at the feet of the Ceradominist? What, appeasing them? Noltrix, does that sound, for one instant, like the way of chaos? Sounds like the sort of soft nonsense our mother would.
Tough fix.
I'm sorry. That's too far.
No, I'm sorry as well. I just... Tough fix, I hope for a better world. Maybe it's impossible. But what you're doing here, I appreciate it. I really do. It is amazing. It's amazing the progress that you've made, the possibilities as you've opened. But I guess I wouldn't be Zemrakin if I didn't dream big. Dream that think something can be. I think dream even bigger than what you're dreaming.
Well, uh, it's good to know that you have those ideals. Listen, Naltrix, I've been staring at little scraps of parchment and carvings all day. I really feel beat. I hope you don't mind, but I think I really need to be getting to sleep soon.
Yes, that's fair. We can talk in the morning, I suppose.
Yes. Well, good night then.
Good night. And I guess Nochis goes back downstairs and has a lot to think about in general.
So, you all uh, sort of set out your blankets, sleeping bags. Excuse me. Uh, all of your various implements of comfort around the floors of this, the ground floor of this tower. Find yourselves drifting off to sleep. You're vaguely aware, very early in the morning, of Toothpicks actually coming down the ladder, but immediately making a beeline for the door and leaving for at least a period of time. But the night passes without incident. So as morning comes, what are you guys doing?
So Tuftyx didn't come back. He just left and has gone out.
What was that?
Did Tuftyx come back at all, or did he just leave?
He seemed to have left. Let's say that it was about 10 minutes ago, like kind of crack of dawn, sort of like you would be waking up anyways, but sort of one person coming through is enough to wake you up a few minutes before you usually would.
I think, Dom was probably awake the whole night, so he probably would have seen that. So I imagine that when everyone wakes up, Don would say, by the way, your brother left. I don't know where he went, but
Oh, he's a busy person, I suppose.
yeah.
I trust. Well, I trust him not to go around saying anything. Like, well, in regards to us, I suppose. Not that I think he has any problem with you guys. I think the instruction mostly went well.
Oh, really?
Well,
You
I
don't think
wouldn't
he-
blame him for having problems with at least one of us.
Don's kind of pouting at the side.
Will admit I've certainly had a lot to think about even before we got here, but certainly more since.
Well, it's a new day. We have a new place a new town to walk around.
Yeah, why don't we check out those spots that lady told us about?
Yes,
What was her name? Lilith?
yeah. I'd hope to ask Tuspix about what this tree is. But, I'm sure. I guess we can ask if it's a local landmark. We can ask anyone on the street, and they will probably know of it at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Or there's something last night that came up. It though. Tuspix mentioned there's a number of Aviensi living here, including one who was indoctrinated into, well, I guess whatever the rest of them follow, the North. But this Aviensi it isn't a part of that anymore.
That's very interesting.
That definitely sounds like a person we need to talk to. Someone who was brought up, knows about whatever we're heading towards. Perhaps.
Yes, that would definitely be a worthwhile conversation.
Although, it might not be something they're willing to talk about. So we should be gentle in that regard. But it's an opportunity for us, at least.
In other words, don't let Don talk.
I can be gentle when I want to.
Oh yeah, just like last night, right?
Don, to be fair, you're mostly good for terrifying the living daylights out of people.
Well, I didn't make Tuspix terrified. I just made him mad.
It wasn't that bad. Everyone, don't worry too much about that. Just yes, but he's very protective of what's going on here. He's invested in this and doesn't want anything to cause him to lose it.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Indeed.
All right.
Sounds like we have a couple of things to see. Why not get some food in our bellies and get going?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go to the bar and ask about this tree. Because if it has a name, it sounds interesting. Who knows what this tree is? But we can find out.
So you head back towards the center of town, and eventually make your way back towards this a larger one of these roundhouses that is home to this bar. As I said, there is the center of it. That central trunk is surrounded with these sort of titration tubes and large vials and different items involved in this kind of very scientific, almost more chemical looking than brewery looking process used to ferment all these various items that they have for sale. But you come here, there are small areas arranged all around it. Many of the people sitting on the floor here with small tables between them. But you manage to find a table for your group. Get some sort of a morning mushroom tea, a little bit pungent.
Good. Yeah. Also, Don is a parrot, by the way.
Sure.
In case you're wondering.
Sure, we can't convince him to turn to a bird that doesn't talk.
I'm not
No,
sure
you
he
can't.
knows that for him.
Yeah, I'm not that smart.
Clearly.
I guess can we? I don't know. Just ask someone around who, or maybe the server, about this tree. Like, just go mention. Oh, we heard about this tree.
Yeah, where
when we
is
came
it?
in.
What's it
Sounds
about?
interesting.
Yeah, as sort of the woman serving the tea comes up to check on you, you ask her about this, and she says, "Oh well, the wending tree. That's usually that's where the archdruid goes, and you need special permission if you're going to go through the wending tree."
Oh, is it a meeting place for the archdruid? Oh, what's it for?
No, well, the wending tree. There's a wending tree at the center of each of the towns that we have here in the north. And it takes a fair bit of special druid magic to go through it. So it can't take too many people through a day. But uh, the archdruids here, they're able to open up the tree and you can step through it and step out into another one in one of the other villages.
Oh, it's one of oh, it's one of that kind of tree.
You need a special tree to do it. It has to be big and powerful. Yeah, go up to the wending tree. It's almost like a maze. I've never been through it myself. Generally, only people who are pretty important have special knowledge who get to go through there.
I see. Well, thank you for the information. I suppose we didn't really know what it was.
Oh, yeah, well, most of us here never have any occasion to go visit it.
No one travels to any of the other villages.
Oh, I mean, people do, but since it's a bit taxing on the archdruids, it's if you're going to go to another village, you generally have to have some pretty important business for them to make the effort.
I see.
In that case, maybe we should head there first.
Oh, did you hear what she said, Don? She said it
Well-
was off limits, wasn't it?
Well, Lilith said that we could see it anyways, right? My assumption is that we could at least look
She
at it.
did mention it when we asked about the places of interest. Yes.
She didn't? Oh,
Well,
sorry.
no, she
never
did.
mind.
No, she did. I said did.
Oh, did.
But
So I'm guessing we could at least, it might be good to make sure it's not, similar looking to the, what.
how one of those trees?
Though.
I suspect. Well, actually, I guess I should ask. Does Notrix know anything about these kind of trees and their uses by druids? Is this a known thing that is famous or known?
You've probably heard about it vaguely. If you want to, you can roll either a history or a nature check.
Sure. He's just heard about where druids have trees.
Yeah. It's, you've heard about it in vague terms, but you don't know any specifics. You don't know anyone who's actually conducted this sort of procedure, magical or whatever it is, to travel through trees. So, you know vaguely that it's something that's part of the advanced canon of druidism, but no details.
Does he know whether it's just like a fairly normal tree, or is it a yeah? Is it a regular type of tree that might be used in this kind of ritual?
I don't think you're certain about that.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe we should investigate it in case it is. You're right, Don. We do know of a lot of strange trees. I guess we should make sure this isn't one of them.
Yeah. The only tree I trust is Yunlo.
I'm not sure we should speak to this one. Although I guess maybe we could, but the other druids might be annoyed if we were to do that.
I guess it could tell on us. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't.
Yes, in the place where everyone can speak the plants, beware the plants.
Beware the plants. Yes.
So you guys seeking out the wending tree?
Sure.
Yeah, just looking at it.
Yeah, so you finish up your morning libations, ask around. It's not hard to find directions to the wending tree. It seems like it's set off a bit apart from the rest of the village. Indeed, you find yourself having to wander through the forest for a little while before you see that it begins to become a bit denser, a bit wilder. And you realize that the canopy above, there are these much larger branches that seem to be zigzagging their way through, slowly thickening as you keep walking in this direction. Uh, you can see that it is this, as you approach it, this immense bay fig. From each of its huge branches, these twisted hanging roots sort of forming aerial and descending to the ground. And as you get closer, these hanging roots become so dense that it almost becomes like a labyrinth, trying to navigate your way any closer to it.
Jeez.
It's like those thorns outside of the castle in Sleeping Beauty.
And are we still kind of like in town, or is this maze sort of thing like kind of starting to branch off like into the woods?
It seemed like you had to walk about 10 minutes outside the edge of town to
Huh.
hit this place. And as you kind of you find that these roots that run across the ground are huge. You have to almost like lift yourself over like a saddle to keep traversing. I'd like you guys, or at least whoever's in charge of this, to roll either an investigation or a survival check to make your way through these roots without just becoming lost in what's starting to become a veritable labyrinth of them.
Yes, do you want me to do it? Does anyone else feel like they're particularly leading?
Arcana tends to leave the plant stuff to Notrix. That's not
Yeah,
his
plant
specialty.
stuff.
And I have been rolling survival checks all through this landscape, so yeah.
Oh yeah,
You're a
you can roll
deputy.
with advantage actually.
Amazing, even better.
Get a natural 20.
Wow.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Wow.
So, Notrix, you feel like you quickly get a sense of the layout of this tree. You put together that its trunk must be very, very robust at the center to find out where it is. You start to wend through it, and you kind of find a place where these roots that trail along the ground, there are aerial roots and large roots that trail along the ground, where you feel like you can walk along one of these ground roots where it ascends closer and closer to the trunk, and you lead everyone else. As you kind of balance yourself above it, you realize that it's taken you, as you approach the trunk itself, which you see is probably something like 3 or 4 meters across, that this trunk itself, sort of high and narrow, makes you rise about 10 feet in the air as you follow it up. And you realize, not too far away from you, you can hear voices. And you look over and you can see the tops of a couple of heads seem to be speaking to each other in hushed tones right next to the trunk of the tree. One of them is balding and looks quite familiar.
Familiar in what way?
It's RX.
Uh-oh.
Great.
If you wish to, Notrix, you can crouch and try to listen in on them. I'll just go ahead and remind you, this is something that's happening because you got a nat 20.
Okay.
Ah.
Sure. I will turn into a spider and go closer. Well, I guess I need to tell. I just motion to the others, like, I'm gonna go see what's happening, and then do that. Instead of just randomly turn into a spider.
Maybe Dawn fall off your shoulder. Yes. Perfect.
So, as you creep along the trunk, getting closer to these, You hear Arx's voice. You're saying it may have acted intemperately in consuming Rembra, but we must respect our leader. Less than half of the prophecy has been enacted. Look, I need to go through the Wending Tree to observe the training site at Ascendant's Watch. Look, those goblins, they're going to be tripping over themselves without someone to put some discipline in them. And the unicorn? I assume everything's going on schedule. And what about the dwarves? Heard there's still issues there. Look, the dwarves have as much, if not more, to gain from opening the volcano as the druids do. Look, what they've queried so far would be impossible, if not for the growth keepers. And the other agent, as far as I know, is still on track to reclaim the tower. The others he's traveling with don't know, but I wouldn't make a partner of someone like that if it were my choice, but as I said, we must respect our leader. You see Arx kind of make this motion with his hand. He reaches out a fingertip to the tree trunk, and as he moves it down, this line of light follows the trail of his finger along the trunk, and it splits open. He steps through, and it closes up behind him.
And I wonder how messed up I could make the campaign if I said I followed him through quickly. No, but not actually. So what does this remaining person do? How the others departed?
This remaining person, who you see as an older, somewhat slightly built man, he just kind of looks after the spot where Arx disappeared for a few seconds longer. He looks down. You hear him mumble to himself. Well, then, suppose I get a bit to the... I suppose I'm tripping over my own words. I suppose I better get to the temple. When he turns and starts walking away.
I guess Nostrix returns to the party. All of a sudden, Nostrix just appears from the forest floor.
Well, did you hear anything?
Oh, well. It seems the leaders, the archdruids, at the very least, know about the volcano. And it is their desire to open it. Well, which implies that they haven't yet.
Ah, yes, the volcano.
Which equally implies that if we were to go there, we wouldn't be able to get in if they weren't able to. Although
I wonder about that.
we do have you, I suppose. Yes.
Yes, and I will say that the anxiety has kind of, quite frankly, been eating away at me the past several days.
Just, I probably don't need to say this, but it's probably best you don't mention anything about that, about you.
I wasn't going to say anything anyway. How are we going to approach that anyway? What slope?
Well, I'm sure the digging that we have heard about and potentially saw, it's being done there for a reason. That might be, for lack of a better word, the entrance. I guess that's partly why we're here to find out, well, what everyone here knows about it, and if we know that too, then, well, yeah, if we know what they know, we'll have a better plan of attack.
Indeed. Well, anything else?
I guess Notrix just sort of runs over the conversation with everyone about the unicorn and Griffin. And apparently there's a prophecy.
Huh.
A
hell could
unicorn
that be?
and a prophecy. What sort of prophecy do you think they could mean?
Didn't you say he said something about goblins right after that? They might be referring to the chosen commander prophecy.
Do tell.
Well, there's a. Actually, I do believe Alistair had told me that you guys had heard it before.
Oh, yes, right. Right. Let's just say that wasn't the thing I was most interested in taking notes on.
Yeah, refresh my memory.
Well, ironically enough, we kind of fulfilled it in our doing. It said that when dragons fly over the lands of man once more and smoke rises, a chosen commander will rise and lead them to greatness or to war or something like that. Sound familiar?
All too familiar.
I'm not sure. I don't understand why a prophecy like that would be of interest to druids. Or I guess I should ask: does Notrix know of any prophecy, specifically Zamrakian one, that they might be talking about? With my acolyte background,
Roll a religion or a history check. Nope.
there be prophecies,
Damn.
but I don't know them.
I suppose I
uh,
really can't blame you.
You said that chump was headed to the temple, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's the one is, yes. The one who departed. Well,
Sounds
he
like
was RX. He doesn't like me. If you didn't catch on to that.
Well, hey, maybe we could try to follow him, see what he's up to.
I suppose we should have a look at the temple at least once while we're here.
We're going there anyways, weren't we? Yeah.
Indeed. Seems like now might be an opportune time.
By the way, can I ask, why doesn't that guy like you?
You may not ask. It's something I'm deeply uncomfortable with.
Oh, alright. Hey, you don't gotta tell me. It's fine.
He has valid reason not to like me. I guess it was my fault, perhaps.
What are you talking about?
Let's not
Yeah.
bother him about it anymore. We have things
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah. Like I said, don't worry about it.
We sure do seem to end up getting involved in a lot of different religious sermons in the various places we go to, don't we?
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe a lot
Wisdom
of it.
is wisdom no matter where it may be found.
Yeah, let's go.
So you guys heading over to the temple?
Yeah.
Yeah. So moving away from the wending tree, making your way back into town. Once more, it's no issue finding out how to get to the temple, finding directions. So you approach it, indeed, at the southern edge of town. You can see that the trees growing around it have really been trained over what seems to be a partially built glass dome, but the trees themselves have these very fine branches that seem to almost grow like veins around them. And you see that even though it is a late fall, that these trees are full of flowers, and not just all the same kind. It seems like though the trees are all the same, this kind of almost golden bark. The flowers, some of them are pink, some of them are purple, uh, some of them are yellow, and the greatest number of them are this bright crimson. You can see that there are a couple of statues placed on the front. One of the less common visages of Zamorak, but the one that you're familiar with, Notrix. Zamorak is kind of this figure in this stout armor with horns off the side of it in the shape of his symbol. And they look very ancient. They look like they've been salvaged from somewhere else. But as you enter into the structure, you can see it is a simple place, simple wooden pews and a few aisles on either side. At the front, a couple of braziers burning. And in a place of prominence behind it, this large, what also looks like an ancient carving. It actually looks similar to the style of the one you bought, Alcana, but it has that same visage of Zamorak in this stout armor, horns on either side, standing over. It's almost like a triptych of multiple scenes of war. One of them seems to feature uh, various goblinoids uh, in battle against what seem to be uh, demons and human fighters and werewolves. One of them seems to be this depiction of what seems to be almost like a vertical battleground of all along these cliff faces. At one point, there seem to be these giant creatures. At one, there seem to be these lizard-like creatures. At the bottom, several humanoids. And at the center, what seems to be a battle between all sorts of, from what you can tell, giant beasts. There's what seems to be this immense wolf. There is this giant, what seems to be some kind of a construct or some kind of a six-legged golem of some sort. There is this sort of, you're not sure if it's a worm or a serpent kind of bursting out of the ground and biting the leg of this giant wolf. There is some huge winged thing flying in from above. You see the figure at the front turn around to face you. Same one who welcomed you here, Lindsay Thorpe, and she says, "Oh, the newcomers. Welcome." And with that, I'm not sure why I wanted to end it on describing this temple. I want to ask, Rom, are you around?
Rob,
Hey, yes, hi, hello, I'm here, alive.
Hey, are you able to access Roll20 where you are?
I'll check, cause like, I'm kind of on vacation. It's might be a bit difficult to get internet access here. I will try.
I could always screen share too if you need.
Well, while he's doing that, I'm interested in this mural thing behind the altar. Also because it's a religious, historical work of art,
Mm-hmm.
which is Nia's thing, Nia's thing, Nia's thing. So,
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's very true. So you're examining this,
yeah,
Nia?
I want to see if she can learn anything more about it or have some kind of insight into what it actually is depicting here.
Okay. Roll one of your million proficiencies that this is relevant for.
So many even missed a few.
Nice.
You look at this, and while the kind of panels on either side are sort of what you'd expect, more run-of-the-mill depictions of war and of Zamorakian forces triumphing, one in the center is more interesting because these are, you don't, not familiar with all of these, but you can tell just from what little you know about some of them, including one that you're sure is a legendary giant war beast of Mohegan, one that that you've learned about in your studies is known as the sorry, I have to look up its name. One that you know was called the Savage Sentinel, is fighting against these other huge war beasts and war constructs of the gods, all of which, as far as you know, are extinct, long defunct. Um, and the only one that you can't place any sort of recognition with, that doesn't even resonate slightly in your learnings, is this worm-like serpent coming out of the ground and biting the Savage Sentinel's foot. But with that, I'm going to switch away from this scene to a scene that is very different. Completely different. Has nothing to do with this scene.
Oh,
Nani?
boy.
But I saw you there and I had to go for it. So
Okay.
let me play some Wushanko music.
Woo!
Huh?
Woo!
Oh god, I realize what this is, and you're gonna make my throat hurt. Thanks.
So Subayai,
Ah,
Ew!
it is morning. Your farmhouse overlooking the ocean in the Chimera Straits. Now, your wife and your son are not here this week. They're actually right across the strait visiting her parents. You've met your in-laws enough. You and Jade decided to stick around here. Morning, Jade gives you a quick kiss on the cheek and she says, "I'll see you later, Papa."
stay safe out there, little kitten.
"I will." She turns and walks away. She's going to work on her job on the docks. While she's claimed that she's apprenticing as a fisherman, you've suspected for a while that she's doing more martial work. Despite the terror of the siege of Yangshi, something changed in her. She was a bit enamored of the adrenaline of it. And more than once have you caught her in the backyard practicing on a bale of hay with your old sword. You suspect she's working as some kind of a bodyguard. You hope that she'll be back by midday, as she is sometimes, though. A lot of times, it's not until the evening when you see her again. Now, Subayai, tell me, what do you do on a typical day?
Well, I would say that on a typical day of his retirement, Subayai would wake up first things first at about 7 a.m. No, usually it takes a bit more time, but his cat nap is usually enough until 7 a.m. At 7:27 exactly, he wakes up his son, and then he tells him, well, he slowly teaches him some lesson or another about what he's learned while making a tea for the both of them. The wife is probably busy already sewing or whatever was her job. It's been a while, sorry. I don't I remember she was something about suing. I don't exactly remember off the top of my head
So
because
yeah, either a seamstress or a lawyer, one of those.
yeah, you know. Okay, and well, usually Jade is taking her time and waking up. She's a heavy sleeper, only really waking up after, say, I don't know, a really, really loud alarm clock shaped Mayra. Usually takes several rolls, because, heavy sleepers. And he uses most of a day to sit idly, observe, and if he's bored enough, maybe go out on the town and look for some personal entertainment of his own. Since I don't know exactly if he is able to actually physically retire without doing anything, if he's still getting paid, but semantics.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think he'd do if he's spending a morning in town? How does he entertain himself? Does he have like a social group that he goes to, or does he have some like little side gig just for personal enjoyment?
Well, I'd say that maybe he's heard a little rumor from the west and spread it around in certain areas, and he practices in it. This particular hobby, of course, has become known as wrestling, where he wrestles. Yes, he has taught some of the locals that they have a little wrestling club, and they're actually really chill about it. And wrestling because he is really buff now.
Oh, very nice. Does so do are there ever like any bookies around here? Anyone ever taking informal bets? Or is it more of just a social gym thing?
It's more of a social gym thing, and even then, it's like currently a really foreign concept in the East. So it's basically like a few, buddies, chums, whatever, old people who do this. Old buff people.
Yeah. So you are here spending a morning sweating. Do Tabaxi sweat? Maybe sweating, maybe just panting in this gym. See that one of the newer members of this, maybe a little bit younger, but kind of also in worse shape than most of the other older guys, he said, "All right, Subai, all right, you old fossil. Come on, come at me. I'm going to put you down on this mat before even breaking a sweat." You can see that he's already sweating.
To quote Byako 5478, one cannot sweat without experiencing true physical torment. However, you are already sweating, so this competition is simply not worth my time. And he just smirks.
Oh, yeah? Well, me, 316, says, I'm gonna kick your ass.
And he kind of gets in a low crouch and rushes you. Go ahead and make an athletics check, Subai. I suspect you'll win.
Yes!
What does it look like as you bring this fool to the mat?
So, I imagine Subai is kind of in a relaxed pose, just lets him approach ever so slowly until finally when the guy reaches, and of course when he misses the grapple, Subai gives him the backwards, gets behind his back, grabs his hands like in a locking position, and pile drives the poor man into the ground.
Yeah, you drive him, and he he is out. You hear the others, who are standing by on the sides start cheering. Yeah! You hear some claps. A few people pat you on the back. One of them tosses you a Western-style ale in a bottle. Subaya the type who will drink an ale at 11 a.m. or what?
Not ale.
Yeah.
But maybe a really, really fine fermented wine.
Yeah, there's a tin with some ice in the corner where you've got the libations that you like to partake of after a good bout on the mat. You take one of these. Your pals come up to you, kind of pat you on the back. You're pretty much the best wrestler here. Had a lot more experience than most of them too. A lot of these guys have spent most of their lives as laborers, builders, fishermen than as soldiers like you. So Subayai, after a morning at the gym working up a sweat, you return home. It's a small place, but it's nice. It's in view of the beach. Can hear faint humming as you open the door, and you see that Jade, she's come back early. Sometimes her jobs end in the middle of the day. She's kind of humming to herself. She's got her back to you, and she seems to be fixing up lunch over at the corner, at the counter.
Well, look at the early tiger that's come home today.
You see her kind of shake her head, in that way that she's a little bit exasperated with you. It's a gesture you've seen her do before.
So, what you making over there? He kind of slowly comes forth and does indeed look over the lunch which she's preparing.
You look over the lunch, and you see that there's nothing on the chopping block, as two strong hits into your midsection. You feel yourself shudder as something digs into you, Subayai. And then, as the blade turns, you look at Jade's face, which is still like a mask, before it starts to fade and shift and turn into a human face you've seen before. Ugly, scarred. Face that you last saw in the chromium processing plant back on Kanoka. And as you feel this blade twist inside of you, doing another 6 damage, I need you, Subai, to make a wisdom saving throw. You look into these dull, dead eyes. What are you doing?
Well, I'm thinking that instantly his eyes would glow in these somewhat bright white, white glow, and he'd immediately go into a rage, saying, "What the Biako damned thing did you do with my daughter?" And well, that's rage, and I don't think I have a weapon, so I guess claws are the next best thing to do.
All right. Let's see those claws.
Let's see. Activate rage.
Yeah. The claws come out of the edge of your paws. The first one rakes across him. You see the blood kind of gushing from right where it hit him at the corner of his jawline. The second one, though, he manages to kind of raise the hilt of his sword. And as he does, you see that the sword, you can't see where his hand is holding the pommel because it seems like his hand is fully bandaged, and that bandage just runs all the way up the blade itself. And you can actually see that these bandages look a little bit of a dark red, as if it's bled through underneath his sword hand. He says,
I do not know where your daughter is, nor do I care.
as you look into those dark black eyes, suddenly everything goes dark. You cannot see anything. But you do feel as another blade hits you somewhere right in the hip, managing to miss any vital organs, but you are feeling the pain of this. I guess that's reduced to 5 because you're raging. All right, Subai, what are you doing?
Well, seeing that this intruder has no real, intention of surrendering, he's just gonna, well, first of all, shout out to a distance, Mira, come here, we've got an intruder to deal with, and 2 more claw attacks, I suppose.
These have disadvantage because you cannot see him. Right now, there is nothing but darkness around you.
Well, with strength, with rage, it's advantage, so I guess we cancel out.
Rage is not actually advantage. It's advantage if you grapple him, but rage gives you extra damage.
Well, this does. I just kind of didn't include it, sorry. Still, let me just roll up disadvantage, I suppose. Oof. And yeah, call out to Mayra to come forth, and that's a kind of action.
All right. You call out to Mara, and you can vaguely hear the sound of heavy paws from somewhere outside of this cloud of darkness. You're not sure where she is now. And you hear the voice again.
You think you were so clever, so strong, living this lie out here.
Once more, you feel this sharp pain coming down on you. Actually, I think that misses you. 14.
That's a miss. That's a miss. Also a miss.
Oh, dang.
Hit.
That one's a hit. And as this hits, you feel it as it hits dig into you a little bit more. So you take an additional 8 damage. Roll another wisdom saving throw for me. And as you feel this digging into your shoulder, you feel scared. You feel despondent. You feel like you might die here. Until you hear glass breaking, and though you can't see it, you get the sense that Mara is close by as she leaps into this cloud of darkness towards your assailer. I forget, do you have control of Mara?
I should. Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack for her. You hear her just kind of tumble across the floor without making contact. Subai, what are you doing? You are currently frightened.
You think that this little eye would frighten a great? Your little tricks may save you against better fights, but I'm not the better fight. Also, that's just in. Subai activates his own danger sense, which is apparently just a thing.
Oh, hey, yeah. Advantage on dexterity saving throws. All right.
And also, oh wait, no, sorry, I read that wrong. But yes, basically he has that whenever needed, and yeah, just try and dodge out of it, attack while slowly moving out to regain footing.
All right. So, Subayai, try to get yourself up back into position. What are you doing?
All right, that's blindly search with my hands, I guess. What's the nearest weapon close by to take?
You reach out towards the wall, feel along. Go ahead and make either an investigation or perception check.
Hmm.
You feel along, and your hand grazes what you recognize as the handle of your guandao.
Grab it, and with that, closes his eyes, focus inside, and prepare for the worst attack which could happen on him. So, I suppose the dodge action, if I can do that while frightened.
Sure, yeah, you can take the dodge action for your action.
Yeah, let's go with that.
All right, you decide to dodge as you hear the sound of these footsteps sort of darting around you in the darkness. One attack tries to slash at you. I believe that misses.
Yes.
Yeah, you are. Sorry, I'm just checking what your AC is. Oh, yeah, 16. Another one. This one manages to hit you. And as it does, I need you to make a strength saving throw. Yeah, you manage to grip onto your guandao even harder as you feel this attack try to hit you right in the crook of your elbow. But as that attack ends, you feel one more try to come down at you, again, missing you. All right, Subaya, what are you doing?
Also, I assume Mayor acts on my turn, maybe.
Oh, yes, Mara.
Yeah, so let's see. Last turn was her attacking, so I guess this turn it would be just, I guess, Mayra using her action to, well, help Subai to aim better. Because that's a thing I can do, right?
Yeah, it actually is. All right. So,
And that?
yeah, you feel Mara kind of sidle up next to you in the darkness, finding you by scent, and she kind of putting your hand on her head. She sort of almost points you to the scent of where this intruder is.
All right. So with that, let's
You can
go
make your
with
attacks regular.
finally. 1, 2, and as they connect, I would like to apply an unwavering mark on him.
Oh, very nice, very nice. All right. You've got that unwavering mark, which means can make special attack if it deals damage to anyone other than you. Disadvantage to any attack that doesn't target you. All right. And yeah, sounds good. Sounds very good.
Oh, and also second win because fighters.
Oh, hey, second win. There you go.
Terrible roll. But yes, that's all I can do right now.
Yeah. You feel your guandao connect with this figure in the darkness. You think your simple steel will be able to cut me down? I have become something more than you can even imagine.
I'd like to
And
personally see those actions, but all I can see right now is disappointment.
And once more, blades coming through the darkness. Yeah, the first one and that last one hit. Boom, boom, cutting into you. You feel yourself getting weak on your feet, starting to feel woozy. What is that you are saying? Now I want you to bow down before me. Thank me for freeing you from this mortal putrescence. You feel that blade twist within you for 2 more points of damage. Make another wisdom saving throw.
Does that also happen if I get knocked out to 0 HP, or?
Does that drop you to 0?
Yes.
As this blade twists, the darkness fades away. And you see, sticking out of your gut, this blade that now seems to have this oddly purple glow. And as he sneers down at you, suddenly you see this flash of silver through the air, and he pulls back. You see that there is this iron dagger sticking out of his sternum. It seems like it would almost be perfectly lined up right where his heart would be. And he looks wide-eyed as he holds up that bandaged hand with the sword wrapped right into it. And gray dust starts to emerge from it, swirl around him, and he is gone. As you fade from consciousness, Subai, you vaguely see Jade run in. That, what happened? What? No. Don't close your eyes. Don't die. Don't die! Wake up! Wake up!
Jade, make worlds a better place. I love.
And as your consciousness fades, Subai, Jade is still kneeling over you, shaking you, telling you to wake up. And though your chest continues to rise and fall, though you continue to breathe, something has gone wrong. You do not wake up. Not that day. Not the next day. Not the next week. After monks of Byakko, after medicine men and bone setters have come to examine you. Though you have not died, Subai, you are lost to the world. And with that, we will end this session.